rhetoric. And here is the paradox. Militarily, a ceasefire that Israel truly respects would not serve this political strategy because the old Israeli security doctrine has de facto collapsed. The doctrine said more presence in the south, more defensive depth, and therefore less capacity for Hezbollah to threaten northern Israel. But the reality of these negotiations says the opposite. The further Israel pushes north, the more it exposed its own soldiers to Hezbollah, the more it eases the pressures on Beirut, the capital, the more the threat to Israel goes down. That's the negotiation equation.
Hey, baby, walk.
So for the political needs of this Netanyahu government, keeping the country on a high alert, war simply works better than a ceasefire that is generally respected.
And so what is the greatest pressure then, domestic or international? Because the overriding international relationship Israel does have is that pressure from the US to commit to a deal the US needs with Iran.
Yeah, that's for all this context, I do not see how Trump administration can leverage over Netanyahu. Yes, American weapons are a lever, but Washington has very rarely been willing to use it for it. For Washington, Israel is simply too important a strategic ally across the whole region to risk a real break. So I do not see, not from Europe, of course, but neither from the US, a real leverage tool in order to, let's say, contain Netanyahu and the other ministers of the government to contain the Israeli aggressive military pressures inside Lebanon.
All right, Lorenzo Trombetta joining us from Rome. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Lorenzo. Oh, thanks, bro. Welcome, everybody.
Ukraine and Russia have continued to trade strikes targeting...
Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome. How are we? Oh, my goodness. Do we have a deal? Do we have a deal? Have we got a deal?
I'm joined now by ABC TV's Planet America co-host, John Barron. Hi there. Happy birthday, Mr. President. He says the deal is complete. It looks like, though, John, there are plenty of details, if you like, still to work out.
Yeah, and a lot of the details that we do know about, Lorna, are sort of preconditions for getting to this point of reaching a peace deal or an agreement, is essentially what was agreed to back on the 8th of April when the current now 68-day ceasefire kicked in. And we know that not all of that happened, including the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz by the Iranians and the lifting of the American blockade on Iranian ports. And of course, as we saw last week,
Mr.
there were also a lot of bombs
welcome.
flying in both directions. It was a funny kind of ceasefire. So now we have a new 60-day ceasefire and an agreement which has not been spelt out, where the hardest things, such as the ongoing status of Iran's nuclear program and verification that they're no longer enriching or seeking to assemble a nuclear weapon, well, that's all been kind of kicked down the road. And already the President of the United States is saying, oh, and if we don't reach an agreement on the nuclear stuff, I'll start bombing them again.
This is a... This is crazy. Okay? Crazy. So what's happened so far? Donnie's been trying to manage things. First, yesterday, he said there's going to be a deal signed tomorrow. And then today, Israel bombed Lebanon. And then Donnie was like, why the heck did you bomb Lebanon? And then looks like they've got an MOU signed, Memorandum of Understanding. Agreed. Signing is going to be on Friday. Hey, but Trump is really taking a hardline stance on Netanyahu. The craziest thing about this deal, okay, so far, I think the biggest thing, okay, look, there's sanctions and there's going to be billions of dollars sent to Iran, which is crazy already, okay, which is insane. He's going to give Iran so much more money than Obama did. Good for Iran. They may even end up lifting sanctions after negotiations. And the thing that really got me is they've rolled Lebanon into this deal as well. And Trump is sticking by it. Donnie's sticking by the Lebanon inclusion. Israel already stated they're going to break it. Nah, I have a feeling this is different. But yeah, that's just me. Hey, not the one. Welcome, Original the Art. Hello. Hey, Radio Free Cloud. Hey, Twitch Tosh. Welcome everybody. Welcome in. What a freaking day! What a day! It's for special Donnie's B-Day. Yeah. He turned 80 today, didn't he? He turned 80. Netanyahu and Trump can't be trusted yet. None of them can. But it is a bit weird. I don't know if you guys saw all the Truth Social stuff. Let me just read it from today so that you're all up to date. Oh yeah, they had the UFC thing, right? As well. Crazy. So this is Donny Boy's message after Israel attacked. Yeah, 80. Coco Millie, welcome. Mazzy, hello. So this is Donny Boy's message. This morning's attack on Beirut should not have happened, particularly on a special day when we are so close to a peace deal with Iran. Israel has the right to defend itself against threats, but the attack it was responding to was very small and meaningless. Nobody was hurt, injured, or killed, and should not disrupt this important process. We are very close to a deal that will bring peace to the region, including to Lebanon, and all sides should stand down. There should be no more attacks by Israel anywhere in Lebanon, but there should also be no more attacks by any other party, including Hezbollah, against Israel. This could be the beginning of a long and beautiful peace. Let's not blow it. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald Trump. Hey, Anna, welcome. The UK just banned social media for under 16s and restrictions for 16 and... Yeah, I just saw. He's speaking live now, isn't he? Yo, Steve-O! Steve-O! Hey, Kate, welcome. So that happened. That happened. And then he posted this. Here it is. The deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. This was 10 hours ago. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Sorry, cups of tea. And simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines. Let the oil flow. President Donald J. Trump. Okay, so he said that. And then he had to walk it back, okay? And then he had to walk it back. Israel is powerful. Bro, Donnie just down-trailed you. He rug-pulled Israel. This is like a fucking great moment. Israel got fucked up. Okay. This great deal will bring peace and security to the whole region. Many presidents have tried to make peace with Iran and all have failed before me. Well, that's not true. The leaders of the region have, for the first time, found a president who can help them achieve real peace. With the opening of the Strait upon the signing of the deal on Friday, for purposes of mine removal, oil will flow on both ends again for the region and the world. So, yeah, he was a little premature saying start your engines. And then he had to walk it back. And then he had to walk it back and go, oh, wait, no. It's on Friday. It's on Friday. And then there's the UFC bullshit. Oh, my gosh. It's so crazy, man. It's all happening just in such a crazy way. Start your engines, sir. Half the ships are destroyed or I have anxiety. Let Iran do the declaring, yeah.
So on the one hand, we have the timing clearly.
So there we are.
To pander to Trump. It's his 80th birthday. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Here's a peace deal. A peace deal ending a war that you started in very uncertain ways as to whether this, in fact, is peace. And when Iran says that it's on favourable terms to them, well, in a sense, the Iranians have shown if you can take enough bombs, you can come out as the strategic winner if you have the military ability to choke off the world's oil through the Strait of Hormuz. So a lot of analysts are saying this is actually a monumental military defeat for the United States.
It is! Yes! They're saying it! Oh! Viva!
Viva Palestina!
One more time.
Globalized intifada.
I'm good, thank you. Lastuma. How are you doing? Hey, Creatious, welcome. Akudemo, welcome.
To be a good boy.
Yeah, it's true. I think this is the largest military blunder in the history of military stuff. The largest military blunder in the history of militaries.
To a strategic defeat where its military was unable to change that fundamental paradigm.
We don't know the details as yet, but we do know the parties that are involved, and it's said that Israel is not one of them. But Israel, John, is so important to this whole process because Israel wants to complete the job in Lebanon, and Iran insists that Lebanon must be included in this ceasefire. That's where the fragility comes in, isn't it?
And it's where Israel was one of the main reasons why Donald Trump was convinced to tear up the previous Iran nuclear agreement, inked in 2015 after a 5-year negotiation in the Obama administration, headed by the likes of Secretary of State John Kerry and others. A very, very detailed agreement that took half a decade to reach. America signed on to that over Israeli objections, and then, of course, the lobbying of Donald Trump began, and at that point he didn't take a lot of convincing to tear up anything with Obama's signature.
Yeah, this is ABC News Australia. Yeah, that's exactly what they mean. Complete the job as in genocide. They talk about it like it's a Sunday stroll while they're mass murdering people. Fuck this, man.
On it. So out went the nuclear deal. A lot of analysts are saying Trump will be now agreeing to something less than what Obama had in 2015 and he tore up in 2018. We'll wait to see. There are also those saying, don't say that too loudly, and we might actually get a better deal out of this as long as Trump doesn't know. So it is a strange situation. And we also know, Lorna, that President Trump has been increasingly frustrated with Benjamin Netanyahu in recent weeks. As recently as yesterday, he was essentially accusing Netanyahu of destroying the prospect of a birthday peace deal by launching more attacks into Beirut in Lebanon. And then, of course, there were the exchanges last week more directly with Iran as well. So Netanyahu doesn't want a bad nuclear deal that he thinks is not going to stop Iran getting what he sees as the existential threat of a nuclear device that they will use on Israel as soon as they got it. That is Netanyahu's fear. It remains his fear. Trump, on the other hand, really wants to move on because the limits of American military power have been exposed for the world to see. Mm-hmm. In the meantime, his focus is really on building up and rebuilding the relationships with Gulf allies, expanding the Abraham Accords, getting Israel into a normal diplomatic stance with some of America's allies in the region as well, so that essentially they can start doing more business and building more waterfront properties and doing all the things that Donald Trump would like to be doing when he sees those golden sands, rather than launching another war.
Yeah. It's all of that. It's all of that. Western media can't even avoid this. It can't even avoid the fact that this is such a huge, huge thing that's just happened here. Is America had to make the compromise. America were the ones who had to compromise. It's so insane.
The detail is once again fairly fraught, Lorna. If we start with Israel and Lebanon.
Look at this. Look at these people. Look at them. They look so depressed. They look so depressed. Check this out.
The detail is once again fairly fraught, Lorna. If we start with Israel and Lebanon, which is the first test of this deal, of course, different time zones around the world, it was done in the middle of the night from the Israeli perspective. So we've yet to see a full response from Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel, but the early indications are that the far right are not at all pleased, to put it mildly. They're saying this is a strategic defeat for Benjamin Netanyahu. As mentioned there, we've seen reports from the head of the, or tweets from the social media posts from the head of the Revolutionary Guard in Iran saying, we will never abandon Lebanon. Hezbollah has our backing, and that means that not only has the warfare against Lebanon got to stop, that borders have to be recognised, but also Israel has to withdraw to those borders. Now, that's the first big stumbling block. A lot of this, of course, we don't really know a lot of the details. As you said, there's talk of toll-free access to the Strait of Hormuz, but quite clearly...
It's a memorandum of understanding, and it hasn't been... and it hasn't been signed yet. It's going to get signed on Friday. But holy shit, Israel is collectively shitting itself. Like, this is a collective, like, what do you call it? Like, what the hell do you call it? Capitulation. The whole society is so drunk on blood that they're all like just yelling and screaming.
The plan would involve Iran.
Guys, remember this, okay? Everybody, please wait. Just wait. The first thing that happens is people go, a lot can happen between now and Friday, okay? Let's not forget that the leverage, that Iran has leverage. Unlike in Gaza, where Hamas actually does not have leverage. It's they can only keep defending what they can. So America and Israel can do anything they want in Gaza. And the West Bank, to be honest. Because what's the leverage that the Palestinians have other than their bodies? Right? So with Iran, they can block the strait again. They can block the strait again, and they can bomb all of those energy facilities. Iran can seriously cause a shitload more damage. So things starting again is not particularly a good thing for Donald Trump. They can hurt the West. And they've realized how much they can hurt the West by. But if Israel really does act up, I think this could be like a moment of real, a moment of animosity that builds up between America and Israel, finally. So Israel losing its shit is not going to play well for Israel, in my honest opinion. Because if Israel does something like continue to attack Lebanon, or even say attack Iran, then everything that Trump has said here is gone. It's over. What they're doing in Gaza is definitely a war crime. I hope it's not a war crime. It's a genocide. It's more than just a war crime. It's a genocide, right?
Continuing to control that strait, even if...
Do I really believe they will stop? I don't think they have an option. But even if they don't, it just means that the rift between America and Israel will continue to widen. It doesn't matter. Like, this is the thing now, because Iran has leverage. They have the checkmate. You can't just keep bombing Iran or bombing Lebanon and get away with it anymore. Because if Israel acts up and starts bombing Lebanon again, Iran will just close the Strait of Hormuz again. And remember, guys, the Strait of Hormuz does not open until the Memorandum of Understanding is signed. So the Strait of Hormuz remains closed until the MOU is signed.
If there are not tolls. So a lot of details still to be clarified. For example, yes, Iran has recommitted on having nuclear weapons, which it's always said, but there's no reference to the whole.
I will speak about that, by the way. I will speak about that, Nadia. But there's a lot of people in Gaza right now who are very disappointed and feel left out because the deal does not have Gaza in it. And Jeremy Scahill has reported already on why Gaza is not part of the deal. And it's a bit of a cop-out by Iran, honestly, because if Iran really gave a shit about Gaza, they would have kept going. But yeah, Iran has not included Gaza in the deal. So we will talk about what that means. It's basically goes back to everything I've been saying. Do not say that Iran is fighting for the Palestinians. No, they haven't, Deanna. No, they haven't. They have not included Gaza. They have not included Gaza. I'm sorry, I don't know where you're getting your information from, but no, they haven't included Gaza.
And when I ask Iranian officials, they mention Gaza sometimes, or they mention Palestine sometimes in the context of the regional ceasefire. But when I've asked specifically, why don't we hear a more specific...
You get yours from the resistance? What the fuck are you talking about? They haven't included Gaza.
Specific sharp call to link Gaza or Palestine in...
Literally, University of Tehran, Professor Hassan Ahmadian shared with Dropsite why Iran has not made Gaza a major focus. Insane. Insane to say that it is. It's actually evil because there are Palestinians who will be listening to this and listening to your bullshit.
In the way that Lebanon is being linked. I haven't heard a satisfying answer. And part of what I understood...
Yeah. Gaza is not included.
Is they say, well, it's complicated because there's already a UN security. So and when I ask Iran...
Here's what Jeremy Scahill is saying. Trust me, this is important. Just fucking listen, please.
And when I ask Iranian officials, they mention Gaza sometimes, or they mention Palestine sometimes in the context of the regional ceasefire. But when I've asked specifically, why don't we hear a more specific, sharp call to link Gaza or Palestine in the way that Lebanon is being linked? I haven't heard a satisfying answer. And part of what I've understood is they say, well, it's complicated because there's already a UN Security Council resolution. There's a whole other process going on with this so-called Board of Peace, etc. But I think, I see this question a lot. People are saying, why isn't Gaza being mentioned in a very prominent way when the Iranian officials are putting forward their demands?
It's not included, Deanna. It's not included. Israel has been bombing Gaza after Trump made the agreement. After Trump said they stopped bombing Lebanon, but they have not stopped bombing Gaza. Okay?
I'm curious what your assessment is of that dynamic within this.
Well, I think part of it is about leverage and part of it is about the reality that the war was basically Lebanon, Iran, on one side and Israel and the United States on the other.
It's okay, Lou Mama.
About leverage, I think the Iranians think that they don't have that much of a leverage. I personally don't have that view, but I think the Iranians think that their leverage is rather limited. They must, place it where they can achieve something. In Gaza, it is, as they say, as you quoted, it's complicated. Having it as part of a...
Yeah, now Gaza is complicated, right? When it becomes time to fucking do something, or include Gaza and fight for Gaza, it's complicated because Iran got a good deal. So they just let fucking Gaza. This is why I always say Iran is going to do Iran and Iran is going to manage its interests. Okay? So when people say Iran is doing this for Palestine, don't fucking do that. They're not doing this for Palestine.
Framework deal. Remember, we're not talking about a final deal.
It does not include Gaza.
Framework deal. And I don't see, with the positions I hear from the United States and Israel, I don't see any final deal being achieved anytime soon. But generally, at this point, they think they don't have that much of a leverage to push for all fronts to be solved at this point. I'm sure there will be movement on Gaza moving forward if there is to be a more broad discussion on a final agreement, a more comprehensive agreement.
What the fuck is the big picture? Go listen to Morandi? What the fuck are you talking about? There's no Gaza in the deal. Okay, bro. This fucking lady is pissing me off. Here's Abu Bakr Abed. Do you know who Abu Bakr is? Do you know who he is? These fucking people, bro. They're so fucking... No, I'm not rude as fuck. Because you are selling a bullshit thing to Palestinians. You're selling a lie. And they're still getting bombed. Stop. What you're doing is evil. Abu Bakr Abed, okay? I personally feel a great deal of bitterness because the Iranian-American agreement does not include a clear and explicit reference obligating the Israelis to the agreement they signed in Gaza. I can tell, after speaking to many people in Gaza, that this feeling is reciprocated. Okay? I personally feel, this is a person in Gaza right now. I personally feel a great deal of bitterness because the Iranian-American agreement does not include a clear and explicit reference obligating the Israeli enemy to the agreement it signed in Gaza. Now, I don't want to fucking bring up a person who just has no fucking clue. And to cease the ongoing violation and crimes against our people. I'm fucking reading directly from a source in Gaza. No, they're not well-informed, Hope. They are not. It's a lie. They listen to some idiot talk about it. There are literally people in Gaza going, no, it's not including Gaza. What is expected from Iran is immense on the scale of its steadfastness and capabilities, and it has proven itself as a force that succeeded in breaking the targets of the world's greatest power this war. It seems that Gaza's fate, like that of our master al-Hussein, peace be upon him, is to face the ordeal alone and to pay the prices with patience and steadfastness despite the multitude of sympathizers and onlookers and the scarcity of true supporters. No, Sufrina, it's not the case, Sufrina. It's just not the case. This is a person in Gaza, Diana. In Gaza. This is a person in fucking Gaza. Who the fuck is Professor Morandi? There are literally people here saying they haven't included them. Oh my gosh, bro. Unfucking believable.
Whole nuclear enrichment issue now. There's been some interviews that Donald Trump has given where he seems to be saying, oh, well, you know, they'll only be allowed to enrich to a certain point. Now, that would seem a massive back down, but, you know, the story is still very jumbled. But I think the next 24 hours in particular to see what...
I've just told you what Abu Bakr Abed and what people on the ground in Gaza are saying. I have just shown you that. I have just shown you what analysis directly from Iran is saying. You are now asking me to view some other fucking news. It's insane. I've just shown you what people on the ground in Gaza are saying.
That Israeli response, because Israel is not a party to this deal.
Yeah, not mentioned at all. You and I have had some similar discussions to this over the past 4 months, haven't we? And it's gone nowhere. It just seems to me there's a long time between now and Friday.
It's a very long time.
Yeah.
As you say, I mean, we've all started to get whiplash from the turnarounds in Donald Trump's sleep patterns, if nothing else. So I think it is really sort of going to be a very long time. I mean, the only real breakthroughs in a way is that they have both said that they've got a deal and that there is a timeline for it to be signed. I think the thing that we also don't know about, but which will be crucial in all of this, is the role of the Gulf states. Now, we have seen this really interesting rise, not just in Pakistan, but in the role of Qatar, the role of the UAE, Saudi, all of these places, whether they do it up front or not, have had a big role. Turkey, they've had a big role to play. There's this big question about the possibility of Iranian funds being unfrozen and possibly a compensation deal. And the suggestion seems to be that the US might not be paying this compensation or releasing funds, but the UAE, where a lot of Iranian funds are frozen, may send those monies to Iran now. We've had very confident reports that money has already changed hands, and then that's been flatly denied by the UAE. So very hard to work out what's going on, but without a doubt there's a whole understructure here of negotiations and other players.
And this is the point, isn't it, Laura? Because this isn't actually a peace agreement. This is a memorandum of understanding. It's just a framework. And then what comes after that? Well, what does come after that?
Well, exactly. It's a memorandum of understanding about a framework, about a statement. It does your head in. I think, the pragmatic assessment has got to be, this isn't all done and dusted. All it really signals, I think, is that the US is...
The worst thing that we can do right now is unnecessarily spread things that are just not true and give false hope to the Palestinian people who are still under bombs in Gaza, okay? They are still under bombs in Gaza. And I get a lot of Palestinian people on the ground in Gaza coming to my live. I do not want to give them false hope because someone heard something somewhere when I'm showing you things that are coming from legit journalists, Palestinian journalists, who are saying that they feel upset because Gaza hasn't been mentioned explicitly. Listening to Morandi about this is insane. Morandi's in fucking Iran, bro.
Is unlikely now to engage in full-scale war again against Iran. But Israel, when that ceasefire in April was dealt with, just basically moved its sort of targets from Iran to Lebanon, and the bitterness and the intractability of the two sides there is not going to end. The Strait of Hormuz might sort of de-escalate, but Iran's still got a really big hold on it, and there's a real question mark about whether anything has been achieved.
There's a certain case as well of showmanship. I mean, who is going to stand in front of their population and say, we won?
Israel is going to do everything in its power to blow this ceasefire, whatever this memorandum of understanding is, to hell. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. Look at what Israeli officials are saying, okay? They don't care. They will do everything in their power to try and fuck this up. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Look at this. This is Yair Lapid, okay? This is Yair Lapid. This is what he's saying. This guy is supposed to be the peaceful leftist dude. This guy is supposed to be the peaceful leftist fucking Zionist. No such thing, by the way. We still need to hope. Yeah, I know, Diana. They did not include. See, this is the thing. It's inclusion. It's inclusion by exception almost. They didn't specifically mention Gaza, right? They said all fronts, but they didn't mention Gaza for a specific reason. They didn't want to include Gaza in the deal. If they wanted to include Gaza, they would have written Gaza. They didn't, and they kept it ambiguous. The reason why they kept it ambiguous because they knew if Gaza was included, it would have made it harder. It would have made everything harder. They did not include Gaza. Iran is, look, rightly so. Iran, it's not a deal. But it doesn't have Gaza in it. Okay. It just doesn't, guys. It doesn't have Gaza. Here's what's going to happen. In my opinion. Yeah, they included Lebanon because Lebanon is one of the fronts that's part of their interest. They've spent a lot. They've invested a lot in Lebanon, okay? But here's what's going to happen. Iran, it has spent 50 years under American sanctions. Iran will, I hope, after this 60-day, whatever this fucking ceasefire thing is, if it does go well, at the end of it, I hope they get all of their sanctions lifted, okay? For their sake. I really do. I really do. We still need to hope that the reports about the agreement with Iran are not true. But if they are, this is one of the most shocking failures of Israel's foreign and security policy, and it is entirely on Netanyahu's account. He sold the Americans an overly optimistic script without detailing the risk map to them and lost their trust in the middle of the war. He did not assemble a professional team to work with the separating elements in the American regime. He failed to convince the Americans to bomb Iran's oil and energy facilities and did not close the matter in advance. This is what these guys are talking about. Like, Israel is losing their fucking minds, guys. They are losing their minds. It's so crazy. I've seen people in I've seen messages about Israel's chats. Yeah, here it is. I want to show you guys this, okay? I want to show you guys this. Israeli Telegram channel with 180k members is in mourning and fury. God will curse Trump. The first war in Israel's history that we lost. We have to admit the facts. Iranians taught America a lesson. Hopefully in 10 years, we won't be dependent on American idiots. Like, they're losing their shit. It's crazy. So, yeah, I agree with you, Deanna. I agree. This is insane to think that Israel isn't going to try and fuck this up. They will 100% fuck this up. I have no doubt they will do everything in their power to fuck this up. Hell, they may even try and assassinate Trump. Who knows? But I'm telling you right now, in that agreement, it does not mention Gaza, and that is for a specific reason. Because if they included Gaza, Iran would not have gotten this far in the deal. They would not have gotten this far in the deal. Impossible. It's fucking sad. It's sad. It's sad. It's sad. I look, I'm happy that Iran is going to be free, or hopefully. Let's say hopefully. I'll say hopefully, but if Iran you know what happened, Deanna? And the reason why this whole Iran is freeing the world bullshit it gets to me is right when, at the start, when Iran blocked the Strait of Hormuz, people started saying dumb shit like, oh, Iran is freeing Sudan. Okay? Iran is freeing Sudan. Because reports at that time came out that the UAE couldn't ship weapons to the RSF in Sudan. Reports started coming out. But RSF is committing fucking mass crimes right now. Okay? Do you think the Sudanese people are sitting there going, oh, Iran, thank you very much? Like, we can't do this, guys. Like, I have people in the chat from Gaza on the ground in Palestine, in Gaza, Palestinians on the ground in Gaza. I have people in my live from Africa, from various places in Africa. If we are going to tell them something, it cannot be a hope and a wish. Like, it can't be just a speculation, okay? It can't be a speculation, because to them, like, they're literally listening to us and they are right there. We have to keep that in mind. Like, I spent a lot of time looking for, why Iran is not having Gaza in this deal. Why aren't they saying Gaza? Why aren't they saying Gaza? Each time, speaking to Palestinians on the ground in Gaza, listening, hearing people from on the ground, Palestinians on the ground in Gaza, and they all feel the same way. They are so upset, and they feel alone, and they feel completely left out of it. Okay, completely left out of it, and because they've been left to their own faculties. And this is the reality of it. This is the reality of it.
Yeah, the great escalation now, if we thought it was at all possible, is in the spin element. It's interesting, you've got, on one hand, Donald Trump saying, I authorise the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, which, most people would sort of suddenly go, wait a minute, I think that's the problem. On the other side, the Iranians are also playing that game very hard, but where they're probably playing it a little bit better is they have been releasing a bit more detail about the deal and doing it in their language. Now, you've got to sort of, be sceptical about some of the terms that they've used.
Let me ask you a question, Diana. If, this whole thing was, if what Iran was doing, if what Iran was doing, to save the Palestinians and whatnot, why didn't they bomb the Rafah crossing? Why didn't they bomb the separation wall? I have to, how many missiles they launched at Israel? How many missiles? Not one attacked any of those things. Like, I want to be positive about this. I want to say, like, Iran is helping these people out, but they're not. Iran is doing what it's doing for Iran, and that's fine. They are looking after themselves. The thing that annoys me, guys, is when people conflate it. Like, people bring in, like, this brotherhood thing, and, but it's just not true. That's not what's happening on the ground.
But that has given them the sort of strategic advantage in that area as well of framing the discussion that's been going on.
4 more days to see.
4 more days. 4 more sleeps.
4 more sleeps, yeah. Laura, thank you very much.
For Mexico, it's mostly a diplomatic island. I am not sure what leverage it has over Israel in regards to arms supplies and not being a part of the UN Security Council. However, Spain is the strongest case here, but I would argue it's not a closer position to Ireland, and it only has to suspend some arms. Man, like, the thing is, the EU should be taking unilateral action against Iran. It's about time. It's about time, Like, the EU has to. The EU has to sanction Israel. Like, they're going to use this whatever this thing is, this deal, and try and look away from Gaza. They're going to try and deflect from Gaza again. It's so fucking sad, bro.
Well, frankly, we know very little about what's in the agreement because nobody has released the text, even though both sides have now said they'll sign on Friday, and that will reopen the Strait of Hormuz and lift the U.S. naval blockade. That's really all we know at this point, as we see conflicting claims from the U.S. and from Iran about the rest of what's in here and what else it affects in the region. Iran has wanted a broader ceasefire that includes Lebanon. We don't know for sure if that's in there, again, because we haven't seen the text. Iran has also claimed that it's involves the unfreezing of billions of dollars of Iranian assets. The U.S. has said that's not in there, while claiming that Iran will stop supporting its proxies and limit its ballistic missiles. Iran has said that's not in there.
Totally.
The key to all of these questions is simply to release the text of the deal. But so far, the U.S. hasn't done that, as it has celebrated effectively resetting the Strait of Hormuz to what it was before the war. And you're right to point that out, Rosemary. President Donald Trump said there will be permanently no tolls around the Strait of Hormuz. Well, there weren't before the war, and the strait was open to international traffic without an issue. The issues only began once the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran, and that's all this memorandum of understanding really does, as far as we can tell right now. Simply opens one of the world's most critical waterways. And then after that begins the difficult part, 60 days of negotiations towards a more permanent, broader ceasefire agreement. And that will have its own questions, of course. But first, we need to see what's in the text of this beginning MOU, which is supposed to be signed on Friday.
So,
yeah, this is man, it's so fucking sad. Listen to this. Listen to this fucking. Listen to this dude. Listen to this dude. Listen to this guy.
Should Americans understand that the U.S. will remain militarily involved in Venezuela? Should they expect similar operations in places like Ecuador and Guatemala, where the U.S. is working with their governments?
Yes, they should. It's called the America's Counter-Cartel Coalition, ACCC, and we're forming it with partner governments all around Central and South America to go after, defeat, and destroy foreign terrorist organizations, drug cartels. And all those countries you named are stepping up to work on partnerships with the United States, where we work with their governments and their militaries with their special capabilities and our special capabilities to hunt terrorist networks in our own hemisphere, just like we showed we were very good at with ISIS and al-Qaeda in the Middle East for 20 years. It's an incredible reinforcement of the Monroe Doctrine, now the Dunroe Doctrine. We're taking back control of our hemisphere and ensuring the poisoning and attacks on the American people end. So it's a beautiful military thing to behold. Other countries coming to us to work with us, and we're going to take full advantage of it.
Let me.
Yeah. Now they're just going to turn their attention to this. Let's just listen to this, okay? I just want to
a whole other process.
I just want to listen to this.
Let's so-called board of peace, etc. But I think I see this question a lot. People are saying, why isn't Gaza being mentioned in a very prominent way when the Iranian officials are putting forward their demands? I'm curious what your assessment is of that dynamic within this.
Well, I think part of it is about leverage, and part of it is about the reality that the war was basically
this is drop site.
Lebanon, Iran on one side, and Israel and the United States on the other. About leverage, I think the Iranians think that they don't have that much of a leverage. I personally don't have that view. But I think the Iranians think that their leverage is rather limited. They must, place it where they can achieve something. In Gaza, it is, as they say, as you quoted, it's complicated having it as part of a framework deal. Remember, we're not talking about a final deal. We're talking about a framework deal. And I don't see, with the positions I hear from the United States and Israel, I don't see any.
Good to have you here, Miss Nobody Imported.
Anytime soon. But generally, at this point, they think they don't have that much of a leverage to push for all fronts to be solved at this point. I'm sure there will be movement on Gaza moving forward if there is to.
But here's the thing for me, right? I don't blame Iran for taking the deal with themselves. Just like I don't blame Syria for taking the deal that they did. They've all been in decades of pain. All of them. Decades of pain. Catch you soon, Lastuma. Okay? All these people in Syria, in Iran, in Lebanon, everybody, all of these people deserve liberation. If they get their liberation without connecting all of these different webs together, then they get their liberation. Okay? Like, we shouldn't be judging people about the fact that they've resisted and their chains have come off almost, right? For a new set of chains, probably. But I mean, man, these countries have been decades of just horrible violence. Them getting some level of respite and liberation is good.
To be a more broad discussion on a final agreement, a more comprehensive agreement. At this point, it's about the initial steps that includes the initial, parties to this war, the 2026
totally.
war.
And by the way, when Al-Jilani freed, he overthrew Bashar al-Assad, Hamas were the first ones to go, hey, congratulations. So let's be real, man. These are alliances that form over time, yes, but each one of them are fighting for their own liberation. There's no this connected center or anything like that. It's very decentralized. Deanna asked a question. What was the question? What are the 2 conditions they required to happen immediately? Yeah, exactly. They said congratulations. Yeah. And what are the 2 conditions? I think the 2 conditions immediately are that America lifts its blockade, and the UAE is denying it, but apparently the UAE has wired $12 billion to Iran, and Tasnim News another news agency within Iran has reported that the 12 billion has already been received by the Iranian government. So I think there was a lifting, a return of seized assets, number 1, and America lifting its blockade, and Lebanon, and then Lebanon. Lebanon is the thing. It's not all fronts. It's Lebanon. Lebanon is their only one that they've mentioned that is necessary. Nothing else. It's Lebanon. I'll even show you Shabazz Sharif's Pakistan's. Yeah, but that's all. It's just Lebanon. It's Lebanon only. It does not include Gaza. This is the one. Following intensive talks, we are pleased to announce that the peace deal between the United States of America and Islamic Republic of Iran has been reached. Both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including Lebanon. So by all fronts, they're talking about the Iranian fronts, including Lebanon. So that is treating Lebanon as a front. They're saying no more operations on all fronts. This is from an Iran perspective. And then they're including Lebanon as a front. Explicitly including Lebanon as a front. There's nothing about Gaza here. The official signing ceremony will be on Friday, 19 June in Switzerland. We would like to thank the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran for their commitment to finding a diplomatic solution to the conflict. We would also like to extend our sincere appreciation to our brothers. Yeah, Diana, I think the optimism is good. I just think in this particular case, it's misplaced. Because Iran is not saying Gaza for a very, very good reason. And Gaza is not included in this.
And as you quoted, they think that the Gaza has its own process that is hard for Iran, with the leverage that it has, to basically change it or basically have it done in a different way by the United States and others. That's about leverage.
Greg, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you, Greg.
But also, I think it's important to have in mind that the Iranians think basically generally.
Let me tell you though, guys, just I know I'm doing well. Thank you, Greg. I'm doing well. Just so you guys are clear, this is such a huge moment though in geopolitics, okay? Yes, we are not going to see Gaza's pain and suffering end. We're not going to see it for a while. This is the long game. We have to be here. We have to continue to stand in solidarity no matter what, okay? We just have to. The thing here is, however, is a massive change in geopolitical power and geopolitical influence. Geopolitical power and geopolitical influence, because the limits of American military power the world has seen it now. The world has seen it now. The world also sees the weakness of the American empire. The weakness of the American empire is its energy, its oil industry. Right? It has committed to oil so much that the rest of the world is now looking at America and going, okay, so if we all just get renewable energy, then America doesn't control us anymore. That's the crazy thing about this moment, is it is a massive geopolitical shift. Exactly. It shows that the fight is not over, but there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Exactly. You said that perfectly, Aaron. And this is why I am positive about this moment. I am extremely positive. I want Iran to have its sanctions lifted, because from a geopolitical power perspective, that is the most incredible thing that can happen. It's the first time in 600 years. If it's the first time in 600 years, the West have been stopped. The West, for the first time, have hit the wall, have done something so ridiculously stupid. Because previously, if they did something stupid, they could just bomb their way out of it or just leave, and, their financial systems would be okay. Like Vietnam, for example, they lost after 2 decades. They left, but the capitalist system that was built after World War II didn't particularly get impacted. Okay? Money kept flowing into America. America kept growing. But this moment is so different because China's growing. China is expanding its energy sector, and at the same time, America's trying to hold on to its oil sector. Right? We are in a transformational moment. We are witnessing power starting to shift hands. We are heading into a multipolar world. Whether America likes it or not, whether Europe likes it or not, what do you think they're going to be talking about at the G7? What do you think they're talking about at the G7? Because the G7, I think Donny Boy is flying to the G7 now. They're all going to be talking about this moment. They're hoping that Donald Trump has learned his lesson and now will fall in line. With Europe, okay? But this is such an insane moment. This is such an insane moment. We have to understand the little pieces. We have to be able to zoom in and we have to be able to zoom out. And we are seeing some insane changes right now, folks. But there's going to be more tragedy. Like I said, one of the biggest things that's going to happen over the next 2 decades is displacement. There are going to be tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of people on the move in the next couple of decades due to climate change, due to war, due to so many different things. There's going to be hundreds of millions of people moving. We will not see a refugee crisis like this ever. We have not seen anything like this. World War II is nothing compared to what's coming for us. Okay, so there's so much tragedy yet to be lived. But this moment here means that the power that's causing the most of this tragedy is starting to have its power chipped away. Donald Trump has accelerated the decline of American imperialism.
That Gaza started a different process. Now, Israel, what it is doing in Gaza is horrible, but at the same time, it's revealing itself. It's a different process in which the Israelis are entangled and cannot find a way out. They are moving against the consensus within the international community. They're killing more Palestinians.
Hey, Shanna. Hey, Leah.
That's not a recipe for their peace.
Did they end up making a deal? No, it's not a deal yet. It's still a memorandum of understanding, which is going to be signed on Friday, and then 60 days of negotiations. And yeah, even nuclear, guys, is not included. Like, Trump is saying that they're going to be allowed to have nuclear energy, so they can still have civilian nuclear energy. It's insane. Like, America has lost so badly here.
It's a recipe for more conflict to move to be there in the future. And as much as I think they want to help with it, they can't basically see a different way in dealing with the issue. In Lebanon, it's clear what they want. But in Gaza, what can the Iranians put that would change the equation there? The Israelis would say, basically, Gaza has its...
But Noisy Donny Boy said this was the best deal a U.S. president had ever made with Iran. Yeah. Crazy, eh? Kappa. Barack Obama came out immediately and said, this deal isn't going to be better than the JCPOA. just to rub salt in the wound. Obama came out of the shadows.
Its own process. The Americans would say the same. And the Iranians wouldn't have much to add to it. I mean, their stopping of bombardment, stopping of assassination can be part of it. But then,
so the latest on that is Hamas. Hamas has just released a statement maybe yesterday or day before yesterday, talking about the Board of Peace meeting in Cairo, and they have a proposal. They have a proposal ready to go. Look, man, this is where I think, Diana, we're not going to agree, because if to say that this is complicated is, again, I just don't agree with it. If they really wanted to help Gaza, they could have done it overtly, but they chose not to. I'm not going to give Iran like an easy time for that. I don't think anyone should, because they keep talking about how much, they care about their brothers and sisters in Iran. But it all goes on deaf ears when they couldn't even include it in the ceasefire deal. I'm not going to make excuses for them.
A month later, they assassinate more leaders within Gaza. They kill more people in Gaza.
Yeah, I did see that. But again, it's not... Of course, Hamas is going to say that, but they're not going to get a deal.
What would then happen? In Lebanon, you can basically support this resistance, but in Gaza, it is in a siege. Basically, the entirety of population is being entrapped in a siege between Egyptians and the Israelis. And
Sorry,
there's no way to help them, basically strengthen them,
the other
help
chat.
them stand up to the
going.
Israelis. And so the Iranians are focusing on where they can basically be of help in pushing back against Israel. They don't see themselves that much capable of having, a weight to change the equation in Gaza at this point. I'm sure moving forward, Gaza will be part of the discussions, because when you are yet to it.
See, it's like, I'm sure moving forward, Gaza will be part of the discussions. It's just such a cop-out.
Achieve what you want in the form of a diplomatic process. You're not sure about the limits, but then when there is an agreement, you can move ahead and include other files. I think the military failure of Israel and the United States is not to stay in Lebanon and in Iran. It will basically move around the region. And of course, one of the primary places is Gaza.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh yeah, Iran is playing this game where, at some stage they'll lend a hand to Gaza. Nah, bro. Iran's doing Iran, okay? Iran's doing Iran, and that's okay. But yeah, it's just when these Iranian people, the Iranian officials, it's like, Gaza are our brothers and sisters, and we're talking about it. It's just like, I can't, man. Fuck. It just pisses me off. It's gaslighting, and they're not being honest. Okay, so this is by Daily Mail. Daily Mail just released this, how Iran's drones flew straight through U.S. defenses. This is quite crazy that the Daily Mail is doing shit like this. But let's watch.
Iran and its allies have expanded their campaign of drone and missile strikes across Iraq and the Gulf, targeting U.S.
By the way, we have watched this. We have watched this one, but I think a good rewatch.
Israeli bases across the region. What began as dispersed attacks has increasingly evolved into more deliberate, high-precision strikes on military infrastructure. Since late February, this campaign has unfolded across multiple theatres, from Baghdad to Kuwait and beyond. Using satellite imagery and ground-level footage, we pieced together a series of strikes across the region. What was hit, the damage caused, and what it reveals about the wider trajectory.
Guys, I can't show the video on TikTok. It will just... Iran doesn't care about Palestinians. Yeah, I don't think they want to... I think they care about Palestine, but I don't think they want to include it as part of the deal.
Of the war in this episode of Photo Evidence. Baghdad is the political centre of Iraq, which has become increasingly a battlefield. Within just a few kilometres, 3 critical sites sit side by side. Camp Victory, a major US military complex.
Hold up, guys. There's some live news right now. Let's just check out what's going on. Al Jazeera Live. It seems to be.
Executive Secretary for the Hague Group, a forum for
I just looked at the Al Jazeera website.
Joining me today is Dr. Naledi Pandor, one of the longest-serving members of South Africa's post-apartheid.
Oh, hold on. Oh shit! Analysis. Okay. U.S. unlikely to use leverage over Israel to force Lebanon pull out. Lorenzo Trombetta, a senior analyst at Italy's ANSA news agency, says Israel's war on Lebanon will continue and the US won't pressure it to stop. The strategy of the Netanyahu government is to keep an aggressive war posture against Hezbollah with one or two eyes on the election at the end of October, Trombetta told Al Jazeera. There are ministers in the government, namely Ben-Gvir, campaigning for themselves, pushing for even more hardline rhetoric, and there is the paradox that a ceasefire that Israel truly respects would not serve these political strategies, he added. So, for the political needs of these Netanyahu government ministers, keeping a country on a high alert simply works better than a ceasefire that is generally respected. Israel's military will continue to occupy land it seized in southern Lebanon for a security zone to try and protect northern Israel from Hezbollah attacks, and U.S. pressure on Israel to halt its war is unlikely to work, Trombetta said. I do not see how the Trump administration can leverage Netanyahu. Yes, American weapons are a lever, but Washington has very rarely been willing to use it to contain the aggressive Israeli military pressure inside Lebanon. Yeah, I agree with that. Sent me flow state for 200 joules. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Yeah, I just don't see it. I just don't see it happening. I honestly don't see it happening. Israel is going to try everything to fuck this up. Iran's foreign ministers speak with counterparts from Egypt, Iraq, and Turkey. Iran's foreign minister Saeed Abbas Araghchi has held separate telephone calls with counterparts in Egypt, Iraq, Turkey, according to his official Telegram channel. During the calls, Araghchi discussed the Iran-US agreement with the three foreign ministers and stressed the need to bring an immediate halt to Israel's aggression and what he described as destabilizing attacks on Lebanon. The foreign ministers welcomed the diplomatic efforts to achieve stability and security in the region, the Post said. Lebanon protesters slam illegal Israeli settlement land sales. Okay.
A Jewish anti-Zionist activist disrupted an Israeli real estate event at a synagogue in West London.
They sell property in the occupied West Bank. Sanctions now.
While outside, police dispersed protesters and arrested.
No, Iran has not included Gaza. No.
Did several people. The demonstration moved a few minutes down the road, blocking traffic.
Illegally selling off land that does not belong to us. It does not belong to us. No, I love myself. I am a Jew. I don't hate myself.
They were surrounded by a large crowd of counter-protesters. Some of the areas for sale are believed to include land in occupied East Jerusalem and Gush Etzion in the occupied West Bank, which is made up of dozens of illegal Israeli settlements. Under international law, these areas are considered Palestinian.
My 8-year-old daughter has destroyed my YouTube account. Well, welcome.
Territory. On their website, the organisers of the event mainly list locations within Israel.
It's not just protesters here calling for the event to be cancelled. More than 100 British members of Parliament have signed a letter calling on the government to ban events such as these, saying they are not in line with international law.
The organiser of the letter, MP Andy MacDonald, says the government has a double standard.
We've got to make sure that this is rendered illegal, such an event is banned.
This guy has a really good point.
That British companies understand that their engagement in such activities in the West Bank or events such as this is also a crime and that they risk prosecution. Could we imagine for 1 minute if there was a Russian-sponsored event that was marketing land in Ukraine? I'm sure the government would be very quick to intervene and bring it to an end.
A recent report by Amnesty International found the speed and scale of annexation in the occupied West Bank has escalated significantly under the current Israeli government, and that illegal settlements are state-led and state-sponsored. Camille Nedelec, Al Jazeera, London.
How the fuck could you live with yourself, man? If you got a house over here, how could you live with yourself knowing that you're living on Palestinian bones? Oh, it's so sick, bro. How can you convince yourself that this is okay, you know? I just don't understand it, guys. I just don't understand it. It's so fucking deranged. Ugh. Hold up. I was just looking for a video. There was a video here before. Okay, maybe not. Lebanese remain skeptical despite US-Iran announcement.
I mean, there is a sense of hope, but we have been here before. There is a real sense of deja vu this evening. We've got the US announcement of the deal. No mention in Trump's Truth Social post about Lebanon being included. What we do have is the words of the Iranian foreign minister once again saying that Lebanon is included. And we have the words of the Pakistani prime minister, again, insisting that a ceasefire in Lebanon is part of this deal. But when we were here before on the 8th of April, the choreography was almost exactly the same. And people here learned, they waited until 6 o'clock in the morning for that post from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in
Anna, is that you on YouTube? Are you Radio?
Israel, saying that Lebanon
Masri
was included, which was followed by an intensive bombing campaign, in fact, the deadliest day of the war so far. And so, yes, well, people here are very much welcome, most of them, the idea that there will be a cessation of hostilities. They have learned to watch and wait, see what the dawn brings, see until the text of the paper is really published and signed, rather than taking the word of announcements that have been made.
Oh man, this is so bad. Okay, there's a really good report here about what Israel is doing. Okay, so Israel, this is by Al Jazeera. Israel expands military control in Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria by 1,000 square kilometers. An Al Jazeera investigation and expert analysis reveal how Israel is redrawing borders in Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria to enforce unannounced buffer zones. Hey, welcome. I don't know how to say. I can only say podcast. Walaikum assalam. Is it Real 9 podcast? Welcome. Israeli military maps have failed to reflect the true extent of the country's territorial control since the war on Gaza began on October 7, 2023. A new probe by Al Jazeera's open source investigation unit reveals that Israeli forces have established a de facto military footprint across the Gaza Strip, southern Lebanon, and southern Syria, covering approximately 1,000 square kilometers, 386 square miles. Oh, I get you. Resolution 3379. Right, gotcha. Bro, someone banned that Jewish Ted Bundy guy. Just ban that person. Just unnecessary bot. A size larger than the whole of New York City. This newly controlled territory amounts to roughly 5% of Israel's... My name is Suena. Oh, welcome, Suena. 5% of Israel's total landmass prior to October 2023. Don't answer this person, by the way. They're a bot. Which includes the occupied Palestinian territories and the occupied Syrian Golan Heights. Political and military analysts have told Al Jazeera that Israel's vast territorial expansion is part of a policy of strategic deception and geographic engineering. Ultimately, it is designed to mask Israel's inability to achieve its stated war objectives, appease right-wing ideology demands, and impose new realities on the ground while avoiding international accountability. Calculated Chaos, and the Yellow Line. The Al Jazeera investigation compared official Israeli maps published following various ceasefire agreements with satellite imagery, geographic information systems, and Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project ACLED statistics. In both Gaza and Lebanon, the findings highlight a persistent gap between declared boundaries and actual ground operations. In Gaza, the Israeli military introduced a yellow line following an October 2025 ceasefire agreement to delineate its control over roughly 200 square kilometers, 77 square miles. Yet, physical markers were routinely pushed beyond these limits. For example, in northern Gaza, Israel expanded its control from 67.3 square kilometers to 73.9 square kilometers, ultimately swallowing 54.7% of the north. Satellite imagery also confirmed extensive unannounced demolitions outside the declared military zones, such as in the Shujaiya neighborhood. Oh my gosh. A similar pattern emerged in southern Lebanon following the April 2026 ceasefire, while official maps claimed a buffer zone of 570 square kilometers. Satellite images captured soon afterward showed building demolitions in towns located explicitly outside the declared lines, such as Zotar al-Sharqiya. Thank you, Kandeke. Thank you. Thank you, Isaac. Ehab Jabarin, an expert in Israeli affairs, described this as a policy of calculated chaos and strategic deception. The political establishment announced the yellow line to Washington and mediators, but the military shifts it on the ground under the pretext of operational needs, Jabarin said. He added that Israel seeks the results of an occupation without officially declaring one, employing a distribution of roles where diplomats claim compliance while the military devours geography. Geography as a substitute for victory. Analysts argue that the rapid territorial expansion serves as a cover for military shortcomings. Mohanad Mustafa, an expert on Israeli politics, noted that Israel's enlargement of control is a direct alternative to achieving decisive military victories against its perceived enemies. Who can stop this? It's terrible. Yeah. America. America is the only country that can stop this. America. That's it. America, America, America. Because this is, in fact, America. I don't even call it Israel anymore. I call it America. In the absence of military resolution and the achievement of war goals, the alternative becomes geographic expansion and widening buffer zones, Mustafa said. Others could, but they don't. But it is America's responsibility to stop it. Yeah. He added that the political echelon in Israel ultimately aims to occupy up to 70% of the Gaza Strip, systematically converting inhabited areas into depopulation security zones. Mamoun Abu Amer, a political researcher, explained that this strategy operates on 4 interconnected levels: security-related, political, ideological, and physiological. Oh, sorry, psychological. What the fuck? How did I read physiological? Oh, my gosh, man. Psychological. Sorry, everybody. Abu Amer noted that holding this territory from Arab countries provides Israel with leverage to extort political concessions while also feeding a psychological need within the Israeli public to project strength after the shock. We forgive you for this grave mistake, Noisy. Thank you. Strength after the shock of the Hamas-led attacks on October the 7th, 2023. It provides psychological reassurances to society, demonstrating that Israel is powerful and capable of imposing its hegemony, he said. By the way, yo, Issa! How are you, Issa? It's been ages. Where have you been, Issa? What's going on? Yo, Decrepit, welcome. Folks, Last night, I finished reading Black Skin, White Masks by Frantz Fanon. I finished that book yesterday. If you haven't read it, go read it right now. As I'm talking to you, just go read it. Go get that book, everybody. It is insanely good. Insanely good. Black Skin, White Masks. Hey. Hi. Give me a kiss first. Come. Give me a kiss. I love you.
I love you too.
No, I love you more.
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 You are everything to me.
No, you are everything to me.
You're
I
more.
haven't played Minecraft in long. Minecraft.
I love you, man.
Tomorrow, can I play Minecraft?
Of course you can. Aaron, sleep well, okay? Love ya. Okay. Abu Ahmed noted that holding this territory from Arab countries... I already read this. Did I read this? I don't know if I read this. I'm so behind with my reading, but I will add it to my list. Nice. He's just adorable. He's just awesome, eh? I love that guy. Abu Amr noted that holding this territory from Arab countries provides Israel with leverage to extort political concessions while also feeding psychological need within the Israeli public to project strength after the shock of the Hamas-led... Okay, we read that. Furthermore, say analysts, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu appears to be using these land grabs to sell a picture of victory to his domestic base. Can American military still be considered operationally sovereign? What does that mean? Because they are linking with... No. America is a sovereign military. You can consider Israeli military as an extension of Europe and America, because if you look at all the countries of people who actually served in the Israeli military, you'll see that it's actually a lot of Europeans, Canadians, and Americans. A lot. And British. That's why, guys, Israel is... the reason why the West isn't sanctioning Israel is because if they sanctioned Israel, they would sanction themselves. Israel is the West. There's no difference. It's not that Israel controls the West. Israel is the West. Israel exists because of the West. Because, furthermore, say analysts, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu appears to be using these land grabs to sell a picture of victory to his domestic base. Because he cannot say that Hamas is finished, nor that Hezbollah has been disarmed, nor that Iran is permanently deterred, control over the land becomes the language of victory when the language of decisive military success fails, Jabarin explained. The silent Syrian front. In southern Syria, the investigation uncovered a deeply entrenched military reality that is completely absent from official Israeli maps. Unlike Gaza and Lebanon, there is no declared yellow line in Syria. Instead, Israel has built a continuous network of fixed military outposts beyond the Alpha Line, the 1974 disengagement border, creating a de facto control zone of 235 square kilometers stretching from the Jabal al-Sheikh, Mount Hermon to the Yarmouk River. Hey, welcome, Sophia. Welcome. Is the subcontractor? Yeah. Beyond these fixed sites, the investigation documented more than 800 Israeli incursions into Syrian territory between December 2024 and January 2026, with one operation reaching 63 kilometers deep into the Deraa countryside. Jabarin characterized the Syrian front as a low-noise occupation. By operating without official declarations, Israel avoids turning its incursion into a rigid international legal issue. I mean, like they give a fuck about legal issues, you know? Israel is drawing a new security environment before a new Syrian state is established or before any new U.S. regional understanding is reached, Jabarin said. I can only find information that 10% of IDF have a dual citizenship. Not sure how true this is, though. Yeah, look, the thing is about dual citizenships, ultimately, like when I say it is the West, I mean it's able to survive because the West continues to provide military personnel, provide funding. The EU is the largest trading partner with Israel. Provide weapons. America basically gives Israel weapons and writes off. So it's like it's supposed to be on loan, but America writes the loans off, right? And it gets all of the media backing from the West. So Western infrastructure protects Israel completely because Israel is the West. So it goes beyond, it goes beyond just boots on the ground. Exactly. Both Jabarin and Abu Ahmed pointed out that Israel's historical attempt at maintaining a security belt in southern Lebanon ended in a chaotic withdrawal in 2000. Today, acting with an imperial mindset, Israel is severely outstretching its relatively small reserve army and pressured economy. This is the other thing, guys. Keeping an occupation going costs a lot of money. It costs a lot of money. Right now, hey Morty, if Europe chose, it could cut off trade with Israel. If it cut off trade with Israel, Israel would be fucked. Europe holds the cards. Europe could do it. But if Europe did it, they would get repercussions from America. You know, so Israel has become kind of this state that they just can't let go. Everyone is just stuck to Israel. If somehow we could get everybody to be afraid to go fight for Israel, that would help. I don't know how we'd do that. When you want to control 1,000 square kilometers, we are not just talking about a map. You're talking about supply routes, tanks, engineering, bulldozers, fortifications, food, fuel, medical evacuations, and night guard duties, Jabarin noted. He added that while Israel seeks buffer zones to reduce friction, it is practically creating permanent friction with 3 hostile environments, turning its geographic victories into structural attrition. That is such a great point. That is such a great point. Listen to that. That is just so well put. Mustafa concluded that this prolonged campaign of displacement and destruction is ultimately enabled by the international community. Israel expands because there is no strict international stance against it, he said, warning that the operation is driven by an ideological belief that occupying land is the solution to all challenges. Get rid of the dual citizenship. Yeah, that seems like a long-term play. Oh, yeah, this is also another thing that happened. Oh, this is so sick. So, Israel's leader, Isaac Herzog, welcomes Somaliland's self-declared president to Jerusalem. Abdirahman Mohammed Abdullahi and his wife are on what they call a historic visit to Israel. Where they're expected to meet Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu, visit the Knesset, and open an embassy. if Somaliland does get recognized by other countries other than Israel, and eventually, maybe Somaliland may get self-determinate, may become a country by its, I doubt it will ever be its own country. So this recognition to me is like extra embarrassing. Extra embarrassing. Okay? This is such an embarrassing moment for this country that it's accepting this on the back of a genocide and also signing on to the Abraham Accords. Like, the world is not going to forget this. Somaliland has signed up to one of the most embarrassing deals, and this is how it ever gets recognized to begin with. Is just the craziest thing.
The beautiful images of the people of Somaliland waving Israeli flags in celebration of this new relationship warmed all of our hearts. Today, we're equally delighted to have the flags of Somaliland flying here in the President's residence and all throughout Jerusalem. Raise a toast. Orange juice.
Just sick, bro. I can't believe Somalilanders are happy about this shit. Like, how can you be happy about this? This is an embarrassment. By the way, like, Somalilanders hate me on TikTok. I'm pretty proud of that, actually. Oh, this is okay. We're moving on to the next part of our live, which is Europe's control systems. Europe's control systems. Before we do that, I just want to show you guys a video. Should I actually? Yes. Okay. I'll show it. So this is my new project. This is my new project now. I've been working on this. Obviously, it's been revealed. It's on the live stream. It's in our overlay, etc. But today I launched this. Okay, a launch is a launch, guys. Like, to me, I like to launch projects like this because to me, then psychologically, I've started something. So this is my launch of Project Replace GDP. Okay, and this is my seed I want to plant in this world. Okay, this is my seed I want to plant of a tree that I will never sit under, and that is to replace the GDP, the measure of GDP, with an equitable measure. Okay, so this is the video that will explain to you. I released this today. It's on my YouTube channel. But here it is, the launch, I guess. Project Replace GDP. This is my attempt to establish a measure to track whether the world is getting more equitable. Not just whether economies are growing, which is what GDP does. GDP can rise while people become poorer, more displaced, more surveilled, more indebted, or less free. For example, war increases spending. Disasters increase rebuilding activity. Healthcare crises increase economic activity. Prisons, weapons, surveillance, extraction, and debt can all contribute to growth. GDP measures activity. It does not measure justice. Governments, markets, investors, and powerful institutions can claim success even when ordinary people are losing security, dignity, or power. How the heck is that good? We are what we measure, and today what we measure is something that does not take into account the outcomes for everyday people. So I've decided I'm going to start measuring equity. I'm building a directional equity index, a way to track whether real world events are moving the world toward equity or away from it. This measure is not about creating a false expectation of if we reach a number, then we can say the world is equitable for all. This number is about direction. Every day we can look at this number and judge whether the world, based on events that have happened throughout the day, moved in an equitable direction or not. Instead of asking, did the economy grow? I want to ask, who gained power? Who paid the price? And did life become more equitable? This is a project about the real Great Replacement. The far right turned replacement into a racist conspiracy. I'm using the phrase to point at the replacement we actually need. Replacing GDP, extraction, hierarchy, and colonial measures of progress with equity, well-being, and shared power. And no, this is not about pretending economic activity does not matter. This is about refusing to treat economic activity as automatically good. Trade can be good. Production can be good. Growth can be useful. But none of it should be called progress unless people gain security, dignity, and power. I'm going to build this in public. In fact, the first iteration of this has already been built and has been measuring equitable outcomes for the last month. I'll share updates, test the scoring system, explain what I'm changing, and use real global stories to show how the index works. The first problem I'm trying to solve is this. How do you measure a global event when it creates power for one group and risk for another? Because the way we measure progress shapes what the governments chase, what the media celebrates, what investors reward, and whose suffering gets ignored. If GDP helped define the old world, then replacing GDP is part of imagining a more equitable one.
So there we are.
That went faster than I thought, honestly. Like, I uploaded this today. That went faster than I thought. So on my Twitch and my YouTube live, folks, you can already see the directional equity index. You can already see the directional equity index on the live in the overlay right at the bottom of my camera. So I'm already measuring it. We've through the system. I'll tell you how many stories have been through the system already. Hold up. Let me just get this. Yeah. Okay. So through the system so far, we have had around 585 stories and over the last, month. And you can see it all around the world here. Because we have this data in its raw form in a database, we can generate visuals like this. We can generate visuals like this. Like by country, we can see which countries are the biggest causes of inequity. USA and Western governments, obviously. We can see what's creating equity. We can also see most impacted countries. We can see, what things are contested. This is what I want to do. This is what I want to build. A real-time view of how the world looks from an equitable outcomes perspective. Obviously, at the moment, it's not very fucking good. No surprise. It's shit. It's terrible. Think about the stories we're covering right now. None of these stories are truly equitable, okay? What's happening in the world right now is high levels of inequity. So, but by tracking it and by understanding how these things are moving the needle, I'm hoping that we can get the scoring system into a shape, say in like 5 years' time, where we can actually present this as an alternative to GDP. Like, GDP just does not work, guys. GDP is exploitation as a number. I hate that we use GDP to measure our world. Like, why are we doing this? What are we measuring into? You know, we can't just keep growing. Is that dashboard live yet? The live dashboard is on here on the overlay, but that's it. This image that I just showed you is a static image made from the data in the database. So this is the latest data set that I have visualized. So it's not live yet. The website's not live yet, but you know, I'm just visualizing slices of data as I go. Hey, LC, welcome. I'm just visualizing slices of data. Yeah, Excalibur, the thing about GDP is it is a colonial measure, right? It's when you look at the core of what GDP is measuring, what GDP is measuring is a colonial extraction. It's the performance of the colonies. So it is a colonial era way of measuring output from the colonies, which has now been implemented into our global system. And if we keep measuring GDP, it's going to keep measuring extraction and exploitation. Yeah, the thing that the West has done so well, the colonial powers have done so well, is to rebrand and make things seem very banal. Just like what you're saying, GDP measures a median assumption in individual output. That sounds very banal, but what it's actually measuring is exploitation. Ultimately, when you look at what contributes to the measure and how it's impacting people. So GDP doesn't actually measure how people are faring, how power is changing hands. So that's the project. This is my great replacement theory. This is my great replacement project. It's about replacing GDP. I felt like it was a really good name to choose as well, because it will piss off the white supremacists too. So yeah, great. 2 birds, 1 stone. All right. Let's keep moving on. Switzerland. What did I have here? This is excellent. So I have this story today, and today the Switzerland story increased equity just by a tiny bit. By a very tiny bit, right? The reason why is because in Switzerland they had a referendum to cap their population at 10 million. Basically, again, it seems banal. The banality of it is the evil thing. It's about closing the borders. It's about stopping immigration, limiting migration. And you know what? The good folks in Switzerland voted against it. The good folks in Switzerland voted to keep their borders open. Okay? Which is great. That is what Europe needs to do. It can't keep exploiting the planet and then close off its borders. That is evil. It's evil. So what Switzerland has done here is good. It's moving the world in a more equitable direction. Switzerland rejects measure to cap its population at 10 million. The referendum was about limiting migration after the number of residents rose by more than a quarter since 2000, but it was framed around affordability and sustainability. It's racism. This was just fucking racist. Swiss voters defeated a nationwide ballot initiative on Sunday to limit the population to 10 million people. The vote rejected what would have been one of the most drastic measures taken by a European country to stem the arrival of new immigrants. Final returns, which came in quickly after polls closed at noon local time, showed the measure failing, with about 45% in favor and 55% opposed. Federal officials announced on Sunday afternoon that the initiative had failed. Incredible, right? Isn't that incredible? Although this just maintains status quo in Switzerland, it's still a very important decision. It's still a very important decision, guys. A country in Europe that has got right-wing anti-immigrant rhetoric happening in such a massive scale right now has chosen to keep its borders open. It's good news. The measure's support was heaviest in rural states, and its opposition was strongest in cities and in border regions, including the French-speaking areas in the West. Polls had suggested a tight race, but the No campaign gained momentum in the days before the vote. The final margin appeared larger than most analysts had expected. The referendum carried heavy implications for Swiss politics, the economy, and the country's relationship with the European Union at a time of increased national anxiety over global security and commerce. The voting population has spoken out in favor of a networked Switzerland. Beat Jans, the Swiss justice minister and an outspoken opponent of the measure, told reporters on Sunday in Bern. Oh, what do you think of the rise of racism globally? Visa costs are a business. Yeah, the rise of racism isn't like new. The world's been a very systemically racist place because for the last 600 years, European colonization and white supremacy have created systems of oppression globally. So I don't see it as a rise of racism. I just see it as the system doing what it's designed to do. I would have imagined the population vote would have been reversed, but maybe I'm too American-pilled in that attitude. Yeah. The voting population has spoken out in favor of a networked Switzerland. Okay. Voters, he added, want to continue a partnership with Europe that relies on stability and reliability in geopolitical and economically uncertain times. This is important for jobs, for prosperity, and the international cooperation of our country, he said. The vote took place amid a wider backlash against immigration across Europe and at a time when Switzerland, one of the world's richest countries, is struggling with concerns over quality of life, affordability, and environmental sustainability. Fucking talk about privilege, bro. Supporters of the population cap sought to harness all of those worries in an effort to appeal to centrist voters who otherwise view immigration positively. Opponents said the measure would hurt the Swiss economy. They argued that it would slow the influx of skilled foreign workers like entrepreneurs and engineers who help boost growth. It could also starve the country of much-needed service workers like nurses, just as a wide swathe of Swiss workforce hits retirement age. Switzerland has about 9.1 million residents, an increase of more than a quarter this century. Immigration, largely from other European countries, has powered that growth, with far fewer arrivals from Africa or the Middle East than its neighbors. The cap would have forced government officials to take steps to curb the number of newcomers as the population approached 10 million people. It would have triggered some restrictions at 9.5 million, which the country could hit in the next decade. If the population hit 10 million, officials would have been required to take more drastic steps, culminating with potentially withdrawing from a treaty with the European Union that allows the Swiss and citizens of the bloc to freely move and work in one another's countries. Okay, I was expecting more like would have been expected to take more drastic steps and build concentration camps. Wagwan, Noisy. Oh, Wagwan, yes. How are you, man? How are you, S? How are you? How is Elon Musk talking about this, then being worried about Indians decreasing, being worried about Indians decreasing birth rate? Crazy. I don't know what you're talking about yonder. Government officials warned ahead of the vote that passing the population cap could imperil efforts to deepen ties with the European Union at a time when Switzerland's trading relationships with the United States has been disrupted by tariffs imposed by President Trump. The vote was a product of Switzerland's form of direct democracy, under which groups that gather 100,000 signatures can refer questions to voters in a nationwide referendum. The plebiscite on capping the population was backed by the country's largest political party, the right-wing Swiss People's Party, which favors limits on migration and has sponsored several migration-themed measures in the past, including a ban on the construction of mosque minarets. Of course. Mosque minarets. Europe has a declining population problem, so kind of bizarre proposition. It's these white supremacists, bro. They have no clue. They have no clue that Europe can't just kick immigrants out. We need to be worried about these fusion centers. Analysts said the People's Party appeared to have broadened the measure's appeal by focusing on kitchen table issues like housing costs and traffic congestion. Fabio Wasserfollen, a political scientist and pollster at the University of Bern, said ahead of the vote that conditions are better in Switzerland compared with other countries. But also, affordability is an issue. All these crises are an issue, he added. Migration can come to be a focal point to say, enough is enough, this is going too fast, my life is not improving. Mr. Jan said the Swiss government had heard those concerns. The governing council, he said, takes the consequences of economic and population growth seriously, and it will address the associated challenges in a targeted manner. Stephanie Baylor, a political scientist at the University of Basel, said before the vote that the referendum reflected broader opposition to immigration around Europe. In a lot of other Western European countries, similar initiatives would pass, she said. Speaking to the Swiss public broadcaster SRF, the president of the People's Party, Marcel Dettling, blamed the defeat on a divide between urban and rural voters. The cities simply wipe the country out when it comes to forming opinions, he said. Oh my gosh. Okay, look. Branding for Whitehaven after Gulf collapse. Yeah. So these countries like EU were earning money from immigrants. Oh, massively. If they stop immigration, guys, like the EU, just take Britain, for example. If they stop immigration, they'll just like... Prof! Honestly, guys, it's... Okay, now I'm distracted. Prof, what do you... The visas, the education cost 3 times the price. Europe is going through a moment right now, everybody. Europe is going through a bit of a moment right now. It's having an identity crisis. It's having an identity crisis. On one hand, it wants to build concentration camps. On the other hand, the white people in Europe just don't want to do all the shitty work. They want to have the best of both worlds. You know? It's like, do we build concentration camps? Do we, you know, chill out and let the immigrants do all the hard work? Concentration camps, hard work, concentration camps. Immigration, like, yeah, they're struggling right now. We want to do racism, but don't want to build the thing to do the thing. Yeah. Why are they thinking that way? I was being a little bit sensationalist. That was a little bit of sensationalist thinking. What I wanted to say is, Europe has been mass murdering. Is it sensationalist? Europe has been mass murdering brown and black people for like 600 years. So it's not really, it's not really out the gate to think that they'll start putting brown and black people in concentration camps. But Europe is right now starting to go right in its thinking. They're starting to talk about immigration as a negative. They're starting to talk about Islam. They're using Islam as a. Are they starting to go the Israel side? What do you mean? Israel learned from Europe, Dunya. Israel learned from Europe. It's been that way for a while. Yeah, exactly. So immigration hubs. Like, one of the things you guys have to understand, there's the Mediterranean crossing from North Africa to Europe. Already this year, there's been over 1,000 people who've drowned in the Mediterranean. 1,000 people have drowned in the Mediterranean. And Europe is enabling that to happen. Europe is paying Tunisia and Libya, etc., to take action against these people. These people are just drowning, bro, in the Mediterranean. African people, Middle Eastern people, they're all trying to cross to get a better life. They're trying to leave conditions created by the West. The West continues to bomb them. The West continues to steal their resources. The West continues to fund militaries and groups who are, fighting their proxy wars. And then they're telling the people fleeing the conditions the West is creating that they can't enter the Western nations. Over 1,000 people have died in the Mediterranean Sea this year alone. This year alone. Think about that. This is not just like adults. This is children, bro. This is babies. It's fucking tragic, man. It's so tragic. So many people are dying.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Exactly. It's the most insane thing that the human race is just letting happen. And you know what? Europe is funding all of this. The European Union is making all of this happen. It's horrible. It's fucking horrible. So this is happening in France right now. In Geneva. Clashes as thousands of protests in Geneva ahead of G7 in neighboring France. A small group of protesters, many dressed in black and wearing masks. Hey, Woxie, welcome. Literally throwing immigrants and colored U.S. citizens in concentration camps while liberals are like, who is going to do all the hard work? Yeah. The day I see white people fucking picking avocados, whenever I see a white person driving an Uber or like delivering my like Uber Eats or whatever those other apps are, my DoorDash, yeah. Like if a white person comes and drops it off, I know shit's hitting the fan. Like the economy's bad. The economy's fucking bad. Oh my gosh. It's rare. It's rare. But once you start seeing an uptick in that, ooh, white people picking avocados, white people picking cotton. Wow. Imagine. Okay. Clashes broke out as thousands. You went all the way to Clinton. Yeah. DoorDash grandma at the White House is not a good look. You don't know if it's their side gig to calm down. Yeah, I mean, it's really fucked up when white people are picking cotton. Oh my gosh, imagine that. Clashes broke out as thousands of protesters thronged the streets of Geneva on Sunday, June 14th, ahead of the G7 summit in Evian in neighboring France. Small groups of protesters, many dressed in black and wearing masks, threw bottles, stones, pieces of cement, and firecrackers at the police, who responded with tear gas and water cannons. Several buildings were targeted, including the offices of the UN's International Telecommunications Union and a nearby premises of multinational accounting and consulting firm PricewaterhouseCoopers. Literally, like I've got this image of white people literally picking cotton, and it's like, yeah. Oh dear. I'm sorry, guys. He had a delivery to the White House to promote his no tax on tips. Oh yeah, that's right. Are there still protests in Albania? Yeah, there are. I picked fruit when young. Oh shit. Okay. I'll stop. Protesters were... Hey, if you fellow white people, I've heard picking cotton is great fun. Oh dear. Okay. Protesters were not able to get close to the UN's European headquarters located across the square. Do I wish I was white? No. It brings you back to your youth. Yeah. Do I wish I was white? Absolutely fucking not, bro. Can hear it in my voice. Bro, like, what's happened? I am forever grateful to be who I am. I am glad that my ancestors have the history that they do. I am glad that my ancestors have the history that they do. And I'm glad that I am alive in this moment. I am alive in this moment where I could literally see white people picking cotton. That would be so fucking good, honestly. While white people like you are worrying about replacement, the world's moving on, bro. Get over yourself. Protesters, yeah. Protesters were not able to get close to the UN. Yeah, Polly, we'll all go back to where we came from if you go back to Europe. You can keep saying it as much as you want, not sure, but I'm very proud of my skin. So is my beautiful child, who is brown as well. You can keep saying it, but it's just, you just sound stupid. Go back to Europe. Go back to Europe. Back to where you came from. And then we can talk about it. Go back to Europe. Go back to Europe first, Polly. Go back to Europe first. Hey, Polly, are you worried about the Great Replacement? You know, in 2 generations, Polly, everyone's going to be beige anyway. Are you worried about that? I bet you this is Polly. Hold up. Let me show you. Let me show you what Polly does in his own time. Polly, do you do this? Is this you? Are you an alpha? Are you an alpha, Polly? Are you an alpha? Do you tan your balls? Do you ball tan? Do you tan your balls to get more juice? Is this what you do, Polly? Best time to join this stream, yeah. Noisy bro, what are you doing? Nah, this is Tucker Carlson's fucking ball tanning thing. So white people are tanning their balls because apparently it makes you an alpha male. Like Nazis are tanning their balls now. Literally giving themselves ball cancer. I was just asking Paulie the Nazi if he was tanning his balls as well. Ball maxing, yeah. Oh, shit. I'm gonna get my wrinkles removed from my balls, just looking like a fresh egg. Oh, shit. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Free range. As long as they're free range, it's all good, Prof. Paint them like an Easter egg. Oh, shit. Oh, did the Nazi leave? Oh, no. Nazi, come back. Yo, Nazi, we want you back. Come back. Tell us about your alpha male ball tanning. Oh, shit. Should I? No! 8-bit supercomputer. You can't just share that. You gotta warn me. Oh my gosh. Oh dear. I don't think he could handle the alpha male energy. Nazi left to tan his balls. Yeah. It's so funny though. When I started talking about white people doing DoorDash, the Nazis came in. That was like diffusing a bomb noisy. Yeah, it was. It really was. Oh, bro. What the fuck, man? I thought it was safe here. We're safe. We're safe. Guys, we're safe. We're all safe. Please stop worrying. Oh, talking about Nazis. Oh, there's a great PBS documentary. Can we watch it, please? Can we watch it, please? Can we watch this PBS doco? Please, 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 please. It's called The Nazi Town. Full documentary. Okay, we're watching it. Let's go.
The following program includes derogatory images and language in historical context for educational purposes. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hey, Michi, how are you? In Arkansas? I don't know.
In ever-increasing numbers, the nation's youth has been going away to camp. This year has seen more boys and girls at camp than ever before. All of them have enjoyed common experiences.
What is this called? It's called Nazi Town, USA, by PBS.
Common adventures. Building muscle. Learning fellowship. Acquiring camp spirit.
Yeah, Woxie, that sucks.
It looked like any summer camp in America.
Yes.
It looked normal. But it wasn't normal. It was Nazi camp. In the 1930s, there were these camps all across the country.
2 years ago.
They were indoctrinating centers. That's what they were for.
How long is it? 53 minutes.
As well as for protecting the purity and the health of your superior breed.
Picking cotton builds muscle. Yeah. Oh, man. I realized why those Nazis came in. It's because I was talking about white people picking cotton and white people doing DoorDash. I think they heard it while they were scrolling and came in.
The camps were the creation of something called the German American Bund. The Bund's vision was an America ruled by white Christians. And they thought that Nazism was entirely consistent with American ideals.
My fellow Americans, what would George Washington think and do were he alive today?
It's only audio on TikTok.
Would he not plead with his thinking, the loyal and law-abiding people, the true Christian Americans?
The German American Bund is after power. They're after influence within the very fabric of the United States. They want their ideas to become mainstream. And they want people to embrace those ideas.
They were against democracy and thought that America would be a kind of star in a constellation of pro-Nazi governments around the world.
We assume that democracy is something that all Americans embrace. But in the 1930s, there were people in the United States
Not yet,
who were
Morty.
ready to try something different.
This is even before Hitler came to power. Or maybe just before Hitler came to power.
At Liberty Mutual, we believe progress.
Oh shit! What the fuck is this? Bro, we get healthcare in New Zealand, so I don't need that insurance.
In the 1930s, lots of Americans thought the whole social order was about to collapse. Capitalism, democracy, they were done for, and something else was going to have to come along to take its place. And a lot of people thought that was going to be fascism.
You know what? The most real thing is the American national anthem being sung next to a Nazi flag. I feel like it fits. Oh, shit! This guy just got the mush? Oh, he even got the fucking look.
30s. One of the largest fascist groups in the United States was the German-American Bund. Bund simply means organization. But fundamentally, this is an American organization. They believe in a pure nation. They believe in a strong nation. They believe that government is best when it is organized in a hierarchical way with a powerful dictator at the top, and that this would improve America.
We have no time nor excuse to be idle, so march along with the Bund.
The popularity of the Bund showed that there were certain elements of the fascist vision that had real appeal in the United States.
We have to fight for our rights.
Do you guys remember there was that girl, what was her name? Like Carly, or was it Krista or Kathy or whatever in our TikTok chat? A German lady who kept getting annoyed when I talked about white supremacy. And then we ended up like finding out that like her grandparents or her great grandparents were Nazis. I think her grandparents. Like, okay, bro. Like, what? It happened in our chat. They're like, oh, you're so hateful. You're so hateful. You're so hateful against white people. Wait, you're German? Were your grandparents Nazis? Oh, okay.
When you look at American fascism in the 1920s and 30s, the outcome of German fascism had not yet happened and was not known. We have the benefit of hindsight, but Americans at the time
it was very educational.
Didn't know where it was going to go.
As foreign as this might seem, fascist ideology tapped into some deep historical realities, dark realities in America. So the United States was fertile ground for groups like the German-American Bund to emerge.
Yeah, she said, so what? Should I take responsibility for my ancestors who were Nazi? Yeah. Oh my gosh, bro. Oh. Exactly. Insane, right?
The United States in the 1920s is a place of powerful divisions.
Yeah, Woxie, yes.
It is a place of deep anti-Semitism, and it is a place that has very formal racial segregation.
The separation of races was something that Americans had been doing for centuries, but they'd been doing it legally since the end of the Civil War through Jim Crow. The body of laws as well as habits and customs that kept white and black people apart in public spaces. In fact, the whole structure of racism in America had broad popular support.
In the 1920s, one of the biggest organizations in the United States was the
Nadia.
Ku Klux Klan,
Good night.
which was
Thank
not
you so
only
much, Nadia.
anti-black, it was anti-Jew,
Have a restful sleep.
it was anti-immigrant, and those weren't marginal ideas.
In 1924, 4 to 5 million people were in the Ku Klux Klan. including a couple dozen senators and congressmen. The Klan's basic message was a combination of white Christian nationalism combined with family values, which was a message that was appealing to millions of people.
Father Coughlin, Charles Coughlin, known as the...
Yeah, who's considered as white? Like, there are, I think the core group from Western Europe, I mean, the Portuguese invented this concept of white Christian male, which is what the basis of European colonization was. Western Europe's white Christian patriarchy. So Western Europeans, I would say, are the core of white supremacy. And then everybody else gets kind of like a temporary visa. Like Eastern Europeans, for example. Eastern Europeans have a temporary visa into whiteness. Whenever they aren't obedient, they'll get thrown out. Brown and black people can be given temporary visas, green cards, into whiteness too. If you're an obedient house curry, oh, you're right in there. You're right in there. Obedience is the key.
The radio priest every week went on the air to 14 million listeners, basically warning the country that Jews were destroying it.
We are Christian insofar as we believe in Christ's principle of love your neighbor as yourself. And with that principle, I challenge every Jew in this nation to tell me that he does not believe in it.
It's so funny how they just, like, America and Europe just brushed all of this, like, raging anti-Semitism under the rug by blaming Palestinians of being anti-Semites, say. They brushed all of this fucking shit under the rug and just went, oh, look at those people, pro-Palestine people. Oh, they're so anti-Semitic. And then you show them this and they're like, oh, rah, 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 rah.
Anti-Semitism is rife in the United States. And at this point, it's out in the open. The most famous anti-Semite in America was probably Henry Ford.
Henry Ford was an inventor, an extraordinary capitalist, but he used his wealth to promote some of the most virulent anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
Yeah,
he published a notorious book called The International Jew and had it distributed widely around the country. Millions of people might have heard of this book, but never actually seen it. Well, Ford took care of that.
I didn't know about this book.
Anti-Semitic and white supremacist ideas were supported by a pseudoscientific movement that was wildly popular in Europe and in the United States called eugenics.
What is the bearing of the laws of heredity upon human affairs? Eugenics provides the answer, so far as this is known. Eugenics seeks to apply the known laws of heredity so as to prevent the degeneration of the race and improve its inborn qualities.
Eugenics said that white supremacy was biologically determined and could be proven, as could the identities of the inferior, so-called inferior races. It rationalized white supremacism by apparently giving it a scientific basis. Laws were based on these ideas.
In 1924, the United States passes the Johnson-Reed Act, which puts a quota system on people immigrating into the United States from Europe. Under this new law, roughly 90% of them are going to come from Northern European countries, aka white.
All this led right-wing groups like the German American Bund to believe that they would actually have a receptive audience in America. Because, look, Americans had cast themselves as a white nation.
We are decidedly not preaching un-Americanism or anything basically new. We have an Asiatic Exclusion Act, Jim Crow laws, and a complicated system of immigration quotas, differentiating even between the various white peoples. It has then always been very much American.
The leader of the Bund was a naturalized American citizen named Fritz Julius Kuhn.
Oh, really?
Kuhn had some bold ambitions. He presented himself as an American Führer, and his vision was to become the absolute leader, the absolute dictator of this organization that claims is going to take control of the United States.
They measured the brains.
Let me welcome you in the name of our local unit, the German American Bund of Brooklyn. And I'd like to tell you a few words about our purpose and aims.
He's got mangled teeth, bro. Doesn't look like Ubermensch to me.
He imagined that he was going to build a distinctively American version of Nazism. Because America's
What documentary? It's called Nazi Town, USA by PBS.
problem is that it has too many differences. It has too many races, all mingled.
Holy shit. Was that Stephen Miller?
Together, too many languages.
Sorry.
This country can't possibly survive for a long time in such a crazy state. It should be organized, it should be disciplined, and it should be unified by one charismatic leader.
Kuhn's path to the United States was somewhat typical for men of his generation who had lived through World War I, only to experience the economic ruin that Germany went through in the early 1920s.
European society was devastated after World War I, and Germans, as the losing side of the war, were especially affected. You had hyperinflation, you had unemployed soldiers, unemployed workers, all desperate. Everyone was looking for a solution.
Гениальное ленинское предвидение сбылось. Фронт империализма был прорван.
A lot of people thought that communism was the answer.
Hey, Michael.
But others were very, very worried that revolutionaries were coming, that property would be abolished, and this infection would spread. In Europe, one main ideological counter to communism was fascism.
Our association of fascism with the
El
Second
Duce.
World War, and particularly with the Holocaust, isn't a set of associations that anyone had in the 1920s.
People looked at the fascist Italian dictator Mussolini and said, Mussolini has solved Italy's economic crisis by suppressing the communists, by getting rid of parliament, getting rid of divisive political parties. And he's basically asked Italians to trust him and his vision of a united country.
Fascism was a word that was coined by Mussolini to identify his political movement. It says that in order to reclaim the strength and the purity and the nobility of your country, you need to purify your nation of the wrong people to get back to what the nation is supposed to be.
It's essentially a white nationalist movement. So a lot of Americans were intrigued by fascism, at least in its Italian form.
I am very glad to be able to express my friendly feelings towards the American nation, my fellow citizens who are working to make America great.
Oh, make America great again. Oh, MAGA, bro. They were MAGA then, they're MAGA now.
In Germany, Adolf Hitler's Nazi Party is first seen as a very marginal group of thugs. Hitler rises to power on one promise: to save Germany. And to save Germany, he's going to get rid of the communists and the Jews.
Fritz Kuhn was involved in the early days of the Nazi Party. He claimed that he had been part of Hitler's failed coup attempt in 1923.
Kuhn is emblematic of this generation of young German men who feel that they are the victims of the outcome of the First World War. They want...
By the way, we're at this exact same situation right now. The exact same situation where white people around the West are feeling like the victims of mass immigration this time, right? Mass immigration. They're the victims of mass immigration. See, the thing, though, this time, the thing that's really fucked this time for Europe and white supremacy as a whole. One is the largest army in the world just got beaten by Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, number one. The second thing is they don't have the colonies anymore. They can't just throw brown and black people at the problem, right? Just because white people felt fragile at that time, they started, killing people from all around the world. They can't do this shit anymore. Now, if they feel fragile, the fragile boys and girls need to go fucking pick up the weapons themselves and fight. Are the fascists ready to pick up weapons and fight?
So there we are.
They want unity, they want comradeship, but most of all, they want employment.
So in 1924, he decides to do what many other Germans do. Leave the country and come to America.
German Americans and their descendants had been in the United States for a long period of time at this point. There were actually multiple waves of German immigration to the U.S.
So Kuhn went to Detroit and got a job at the Henry Ford Hospital as an X-ray technician. It was a hospital that had a policy of no Jewish doctors.
Oh, shit.
It's an era of deep anti-Semitism, of legalized racism, of growing inequality across the United States. And then the Great Depression begins.
In October 1929, the stock market crashed with the
Is that why they're investing in robots now? Yeah, and AI and all of this stuff. They basically just want to get rid of the working class because the working class is using up too many resources. So they want to automate everything in order to get rid of the working class, so they don't have to look after the working class anymore.
Subsequent onset of a massive depression.
The stock market lost about 90% of its value in places where you had a largely foreign-born, industrial, working-class population. As many as 80% of those workers were out of work.
In the depths of the Depression, a great many Americans started to ask themselves whether the American experiment was failing.
In one poll of conservative professionals, something like a third of them said it was time for a revolution, some kind of change. Whether it was going to be democracy, whether it was going to be communism, whether it was going to be fascism, all these ideas were finding supporters.
The 1930s is a period that can be characterized by fear. Fear of the other. Fear of want. Fear of losing everything.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Franklin Roosevelt comes into the White House in March of 1933 in the midst of the biggest economic and social crisis since the Civil War.
My most immediate concern is in carrying out the purposes of the great work program just enacted by the Congress.
His solution is to introduce a series of programs that come to be known as the New Deal. There has not been another president that has introduced more legislation than Roosevelt did in his first 100 days.
American right-wing groups were rabidly opposed to Roosevelt's New Deal, which they saw as a communist plot, as a redistribution of property, and began calling it the Jew Deal because they said that Roosevelt was being manipulated by Jewish financiers who were pulling the strings.
This is why I despise it when I hear things like Jews control the world. Like, it's so fucking... I don't know if you watched how the Nazis marketed their plan for the final solution, but this was it. This was how they did it. like Jews control everything, and it's so bad, guys. It's so fucking bad to play into this nonsense.
1933 was also the year that Adolf Hitler came to power in Germany. So there was a sense not only that there was a crisis at home, but that fascism was really beginning to take root around the world.
Hitler puts Germany on what appears to be a very successful course. Inflation is under control, and according to the Nazis' official figures, unemployment has all but disappeared. Americans who see their own system in crisis are looking at fascism and Nazism as perhaps models that could be emulated in the United States.
The New Deal was also...
So extremist groups pop up all over the country, inspired by what's going on in Europe.
There was the Order of 76, there was the Black Legion, there was the Liberty League, there were the white shirts, the black shirts and brown shirts, there were the silver shirts.
Free speech stop by Jew riot.
They just proliferated.
Jesus Christ. Cheese and crackers.
In its earliest expressions, fascism was thought by many Americans to be a suitable answer to America's problems. But there were others who opposed fascism from the beginning.
Dorothy Thompson was one of the first female foreign correspondents for American newspapers and was working in Europe during the rise of fascism. She could see the danger that it posed, and she was very outspoken about it from very early on. She had the honor, I think, of being the first American foreign correspondent to be ejected from Germany after Hitler came to power.
There seems to me to be a certain misunderstanding about the anti-Semitic end of the Hitler movement. A great many people didn't believe that if they came to power, they would carry this.
What? Crusaders for America was on that list about 45 seconds ago? That is Hexet's group? No way. No way. Kelly Inez, thank you so much for the sub.
Carry this program out. But as a matter of fact, they're doing what they have said for 13 years that they would do if they came to power.
Another one of the great public figures of that era, Rabbi Stephen Wise, steps forward and says, we are going to act. We're going to mobilize against Nazism.
Wise called for a boycott of all German products until Hitler stopped persecuting all minorities, not just Jews, but all minorities. It led to a big decline in German imports.
This presents...
But you know what? The bit that they're not going to tell you here, is the Havara Agreement. The Havara Agreement that the Zionists signed with Nazi Germany. So the Havara Agreement basically ensured that these boycotts were ineffective. Hence why I will never ever conflate Judaism with Zionism. Because while Jews were doing this, Zionists in Germany were cutting deals with the Nazi government that basically propped up the Nazi government and made these boycotts completely useless.
A challenge to Berlin, which is how do we improve our reputation in the United States while also pursuing our policies against the Jews here in Germany?
Rudolf Hess, the number 2 Nazi leader, was looking at the American situation and saying, how are we going to offset this? And so he helped create the Friends of New Germany.
The membership card of the Friends of the New Germany. Note the American emblem, and over it, the Nazi swastika.
People joined the Friends of New Germany in the same way you would join the Masons or the Oddfellows or the Elks.
So Kuhn joins the Friends of New Germany and becomes head of the Midwest district.
It was one thing for Americans
Good on you, algorithms.
to say, well, Hitler's doing great things for Germany from a distance. But Americans didn't actually like seeing swastikas in their neighborhoods. This began to turn American public opinion against the Friends of New Germany and against the Nazis.
In the 1930s, there was a very strong Jewish presence in the mafia. And they had an army of Jewish prize fighters, guys who knew how to work their fists.
At this time, about a third of professional boxers were Jewish. And many of those Jewish boxers were very proud of their heritage, and they had Stars of David on their trunks.
They saw it as their duty to take on the Friends of New Germany. In New Jersey, this army of boxers was called the Minutemen because they could be there in a minute.
They would burst into open meetings of the Friends of New Germany, and they would beat the stuffing out of them. In Newark, New Jersey, they were so angry. There was a massive brawl that lasted for hours until the police were able to get it under control.
The government in Berlin starts to feel that it's more of a problem than it is an asset. And in late 1935, they disband the organization.
The Friends of New Germany was no more, and Fritz Kuhn saw his opportunity and seized it. He said, we have to reform this group. We have an infrastructure already in place with chapters all over the country.
So in early 1936, Fritz Kuhn founds the German-American Bund, and Kuhn was trying to sell it as an American organization.
What you begin to see in 1936 with the creation of the Bund is what I would call the beginning of star-spangled fascism.
The German-American Bund.
You know, Americans probably have a hell of a lot of respects to pay to Iran right now. Because imagine if Donald Trump had been able to collapse the Iranian economy and collapse the Iranian government. Just imagine how emboldened he would have felt and just what he would have taken from that. I think American society right now if it had an emboldened Trump, I think it would have been a lot worse than it is right now. I think Iran has stopped a lot of bloodshed. Just thinking about it. The Strait of Hormuz, that one thing, that one choke point has stopped a lot of bloodshed. Because it's all about momentum for these people. Like with Hitler, it was Rhineland, it was Sudetenland. He just kept winning and winning, and then Blitzkrieg. He took Europe so quickly, Western Europe so quickly, and it was just ego building, until he was just like so far into it. He was so balls deep in it, he just couldn't stop. So what's happened here in Iran, I think, is like a blessing in disguise for everybody. I think the world has just avoided a massive American fascist uprising just with this one act of blocking the Strait of Hormuz. I think we will look back at this moment. I think you're right, Good. I think you're right. We'll look back. Historians will look back at this moment and go, this is when geopolitics started to change and truly started to build a new world. Whatever that world ends up being, I think this moment will be so incredibly consequential.
It's a patriotic, law-abiding and honor-bound fighting organization of loyal Americans of German extraction, fighting to exterminate Jewish, interracial, atheistic Bolshevism.
The German-American Bund starts very deliberately cloaking itself in the explicit symbols of Americanness.
Because think about it, guys. Say Trump managed to get troops on the ground, boots on the ground, take control of Iran, with a new leader, get Reza Pahlavi in there, all of that. I call Reza Pahlavi Villager, from Minecraft. My son was playing Minecraft the other day, and And I was like, oh gosh, Villager, Reza Pahlavi. Wow, they look alike. Anyway, if he had taken Iran, just imagine, right? He would have been emboldened. He would have been emboldened. Not only him, but Europe and the white supremacists in Europe would have been emboldened. It would have been a domino effect, guys. It would have been a domino effect. I think historians are going to look back at this moment. Future historians are going to look back at this moment and just go, what did that moment avoided like another fascist uprising?
George Washington.
Also, not just that, if he had gotten Iran, like his approval ratings would be through the roof in America too, right? Because Democrats would have been like, oh, yeah. Republicans, yeah. Insane. Like, he would have just held on to power like a king.
The American flag.
You have these bizarre mixtures of American symbols with the symbols of Nazism. People dressed as Minutemen from the American Revolution, standing on stage next to these Bund members in their own uniforms. Or a man dressed as a Native American chief.
Kuhn is trying to change the conversation a little bit by saying, you can be a patriotic American, and you can be proud of the Nazi government as well. So he is going to try to square the circle, which is to make...
I think America isn't to be trusted, even if they sign a deal. Like, the thing though, Woxie, is Iran has leverage that America can't take away from them. Iran has leverage that America just can't take away. Like, Iran tomorrow could block the Strait of Hormuz again, right? Like a year from now, they could block the Strait of Hormuz again. It's the threat. And then insurance won't cover it. Nothing. If Iran wanted, it could bomb all of those Gulf nations again. So it doesn't matter if America assassinates people. The asymmetric nature of the IRGC and the Iranian military, with, you know, combined with all of those rockets, combined with those speedboats, like they could block that again in a flash, in a heartbeat. So this is the checkmate here. This is the checkmate. It's insane, this moment. I honestly don't think we understand what the world has just avoided yet, but we will look back at this moment and go, holy shit.
Make Americans and American citizens a part of an organization that is basically designed to propagate Nazism.
The National Bund establishes its headquarters on the Upper East Side of Manhattan in the Yorkville neighborhood. German was spoken in the streets. The shops had signs in German. If you walk through York...
No. Even without Hormuzzi, Hormuzzi is the trump card. If Strait of Hormuz wasn't there, then Trump would have just kept bombing Iran. Like, because there was no nothing to lose. There was nothing to lose. He can just keep bombing Iran. What would Iran do? At some stage, they'd run out of missiles, right? So he'd just keep bombing. It is the economic nuke. The Strait of Hormuz might have just saved the world, honestly. I have a feeling we dodged a massive war.
Yorkville in 1936, you could think you were in a German city.
The Bund also had a fairly extensive business arm. New York City had beer halls where its members would gather, and these were often owned and operated by the Bund.
Salam, Scary. Morning.
Nationally, most German Americans were not supporters of the Bund. But the German-American Bund had a great presence in New York. So it was deliberately provocative for the Jewish community because they were literally holding parades in front of Jewish people's homes.
We are American citizens, and we demand our rights to be American citizens.
Like Hitler, Kuhn wanted to establish a Reich that would last for 1,000 years. So he gets to work expanding the group.
In 1936 and 37, the Bund has a period of real growth.
Yeah, the reason why, Red Bob, is because of the Strait of Hormuz. That's why. Because if the Strait of Hormuz didn't exist and this blockade wasn't possible from Iran's perspective, then America could have used all of its force, like even troops on the ground, continue to bomb Iran, and the damage Iran could do was minimal because they couldn't impact global energy, right? The Strait of Hormuz is the trump card. It's the thing that showed the limitations of American military. Without the Strait of Hormuz, it would be limitless. It would just keep going.
There were 3 big districts of the Bund in America, but there were about 45 regional districts and then 80 smaller little branches. They're all over the place, on the West Coast, Midwest, and East.
Trump card.
At its peak, the Bund attracts as many as 100,000 members. And there were thousands of people who were also sympathetic to the Bund, who were attending its events.
One of the best ways to get people on board is to target their children. People can say, well, this is a good organization. It teaches them about the beauty of nature. It teaches them vital skills in life, and it's family-friendly and family-oriented.
You think our next big fumble is trying to take Cuba or Arctic colony? Yeah, I think expansionism is America's issue. I think the biggest problem for America is its deindustrialization. Right now, because it's such a consumer economy, it relies on so many countries overseas for sustaining itself. And the fact that it's been deindustrialized because of globalization is a huge problem for America. And you can see it with rare earth minerals, with, what is it? Antimonium or whatever. What the fuck is that mineral? That rare earth mineral? Like they can't get it themselves. We listened to those 2 guys on Bloomberg the other day talking about mining these rare earths. I mean, they're still firing up those ovens. They're still firing up the ovens. They don't have scale anymore. America just doesn't have scale. The thing about America in World War II is it was able to completely shift its whole working class, whole economy to make military gear. But it can't do that now. It can't do that because military equipment has changed.
By the way, we hate Jews. We hate...
Yeah, that's called a service economy. So yeah, America has become a service economy.
Blacks. We hate Catholics.
You get kids out of unhealthy city environments and put them into these summer camps. It's all about making sure that your superior breed is kept separate from pollutants, people of inferior races and ethnicities.
Children are essential to the future of the movement. They have to be physically primed to become the leaders of this Nazi Reich. So there was a camp in upstate New York, Milwaukee, Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco, the Pacific Northwest. There were camps located all over the country.
Blue states.
The grand opening for Camp Norland was July 18th, 1937. and it was an event to be seen. There were more than 10,000 people there. And this was in New Jersey, 60 miles outside of Manhattan.
I call upon all of you to join us in the battle for a socially just, financially independent, and Jew-free America.
The biggest camp that the Bund built was Camp Siegfried in Yaphank, Long Island. It was a destination for lots of people from the New York area, not just during the summer camp, but for rallies and picnics and gatherings throughout the year.
There was a train every Friday direct from Penn Station.
This was before World War II, just before World War II. This moment they're talking about is probably just after Hitler came to power.
To Long Island, called the Siegfried Special.
1935 maybe.
And it would be packed with people getting away for the weekend.
Camp Siegfried was so popular, the Bund created a front
Maybe
organization
a little
called the
bit
German
later than
American
that,
Settlement
maybe
League,
1935.
which bought property so that they could establish not only camps, but actual planned communities. And at
Oh shit. What does this look like, folks? What does this look like? I live in Long Island and the town is still racist as hell. Colette. You know, like you look at this, right? These people, what was this? Children in the 1930s? Children in the 1930s? These are grandparents right now. These are grandparents, 80, 90 years old. Their children are grandparents and parents. Like, this is not long ago. if you think about it. So yeah, this ideology is definitely very much alive.
Yaphank, they did build a German-American settlement called German Gardens.
The town that they set up named streets on Long Island after prominent Nazis. So there was Adolf Hitler Street and there was Goring Street.
Oh my gosh.
They had laws on the books restricting ownership. So, unsurprisingly, this community was not willing to admit Jewish homeowners.
It was designed around the idea of creating an idealized sort of Nazi town.
In the late summer of 1936, President Roosevelt calls J. Edgar Hoover, who's the head of the FBI, asking him to look into the activities of Nazis in the United States.
Woxy.
One of the first things that the FBI sets out to investigate is the German-American Bund. Ultimately, the FBI produced...
Okay, I saw Elon Musk do this, and it looked exactly like that. So I'm gonna say it right here. Elon Sieg Heiled twice.
This is a 1,000-page report.
What's the documentary?
Really lays
It's
out
called Nazi
some of
Town
the more
USA.
outrageous aspects of this organization. The pro-Nazi imagery, the pro-Hitler sentiments, the anti-Semitism, all of it's there. But Hoover was not terribly interested in taking this on.
Why is Hoover sitting on his hands doing nothing with the Nazi fascist threat? The answer is actually pretty simple. It's because he was a rabid anti-communist.
The Communist Party of the United States is not a political party. It is a way of life, an evil
Because
and
he was a
malignant
Nazi.
way of life.
Like many Americans, Hoover thought, well, I don't really like fascism, but I do like its anti-communist credentials. So people tolerated organizations like the German-American Bund that were explicitly anti-communist.
What do you mean tolerated? They still tolerate it. It's the same shit. They're still tolerating these fucking people.
We stand beside you as Christian soldiers in your valiant fight against Jewish communism.
Scary.
There is a movement to stop hate speech. And in fact, the New Jersey legislature passes the race libel law. You can't libel somebody because of their race, their religion, their color.
Stand back and stand by.
This is in some ways a novel concept in law. The problem with this is that groups like the ACLU immediately become
How's Faye
involved and raise
doing,
the
Scary?
obvious constitutional objection of how can you possibly outlaw speech that is offensive to a particular group?
For all of the kind of horror of the idea of pro-Nazi forces
It still fucking absolutely gets me how Elon did 2 Sieg Heils and his net worth was 300 billion at the time, and now he's a trillionaire. He does 2 public Sieg Heils and now he's a trillionaire. If there ever was a description of white privilege, that is it.
acting in the United States, it's really not clear that they were breaking any particular federal law that existed at that point by engaging in the activities they were engaged in.
Not 1, folks. 2 Sieg Heils. 2. Back to
Ultimately,
back.
the big test for the race libel law comes because of Camp Nordland, the German-American Bund camp in the state of New Jersey, because of speeches that were defamatory towards the Jewish community.
We know that the Jew is most concerned with maintaining his stranglehold on the financial systems of the world.
Ultimately, there is a conviction of 9 Bund members for violating the race libel law, but that's struck down by the New Jersey State Supreme Court. In the end, the ACLU publishes a pamphlet defending their decision to defend the free speech of Nazis.
This is the double-edged sword of the First Amendment. It is a fundamental American right to be allowed to say horrible things.
Oh! Norwegian Crown Princess's son found guilty of rape? Yes!
Globalized intifada.
Norwegian Crown Princess's son found guilty of 2 counts of rape and jailed for 4 years. Wow.
But the protection of the right to be hateful is what
203 by
allows these
125.
ideas
Holy
to proliferate.
But 4 years? Really? Like, white supremacist rapes a couple of women, gets 4 years in jail. 4 people try and stop a genocide, get 20 years in jail. What the fuck is this, bro? What sort of world do we live in?
In early 1937, a Chicago newspaper, the Chicago Daily Times, decides it's going to send reporters incognito into the world of the German-American Bund.
John and James Metcalf were brothers, born in Germany, were both reporters for the Chicago Daily Times. They were assigned to go undercover and infiltrate the Bund. They had German birth certificates, and they could speak German. So they had the perfect credentials.
John had a little toothbrush mustache.
Oh my gosh! Oh my god! It's like fucking. Oh my gosh! like Chibu Adolf Hitler. Oh my gosh, dude. It's like, it's so baggy as well. His fucking clothes are so baggy. He looks like a child. Oh, shit.
Dash, if that might be a little familiar, and looked the part. He approaches the Bund headquarters in New York and works his way into the organization. Metcalf goes by an alias, Helmut Oberwinder, and very quickly ingratiates himself with Fritz Kuhn.
Because he's willing to dedicate himself to the cause. Within just a few months, John Metcalf becomes Kuhn's right-hand man. And Kuhn dispatches Metcalf as a personal emissary to local and regional Boone chapters. So Metcalf travels all over the country visiting with various Boone leaders.
Schnitzel, yeah.
And all along the way, he's filing reports back to his paper.
Oh,
Everything from how a local Boone chapter might be completely inept or more interested in having drinking parties than politics, to Boone leaders scoffing at Kuhn's authority, all the way to individual rank-and-file members talking about their ambitions to actually overthrow the U.S. government and establish a Nazi dictatorship.
Jesus Christ. Cheese and crackers.
In September of 1937, the Chicago Daily Times drops the bomb. They publish a series of articles on the German-American Bund.
Lava!
And they don't hold back.
Kia ora, Lava. Good to see you.
These stories came out one after the other, these exposés of how the Nazis in America are trying to undermine the American people, the American government, and the American way of life.
The Metcalfs heard whispers inside the Boone's inner circle of something called Der Tag, which translates to the day. The day when the Boone believes there will be a fascist revolution in the United States.
This would be the day that there would be an insurrection. They would take over the United States government, and the swastika would fly above the Capitol.
Hazy B. Morena.
The Metcalf scoop really galvanizes public opinion against the Boone. And Congress begins to enter the discourse about what should be done about subversive groups in the United States. Congressman Martin Dies Jr. becomes the chairman of what will come to be called the House Un-American Activities Committee, or HUAC.
Tactics of communists, Nazis, and fascists are now endangering this country. America must wake up to its danger.
To whom were you sending these letters? I sent that to a list of approximately 150 people.
HUAC was very much in the mindset that there were an array of subversive organizations that needed to be investigated, and that a lot of them actually were on the right.
Thank you, Easy B.
John Metcalf is the first witness called before the committee. And there's incredible images of him giving Martin Dies and the committee the Nazi salute from the witness table. And then he showed them photos of how the Bund was preparing some sort of military coup.
What were we going to be as a nation? Because what the Bund wanted America to be was a nation that was proud of its white Aryan past. But there were people who stood up for the right cause, who stood up for what we think of as American ideals.
Dorothy Thompson had interviewed Hitler in 1931, and
I just need to read this. I need to read this to everybody. They're always like, yeah. I can just imagine the tone as well. We need more big burly men for our future, yeah? Then they look like a wet burlap sack of hay. Oh, shit.
Was very clear about the risks that he posed, and not just to Europe.
The classical end of all pure democracy is the popular tyrant. And incidentally, all successful tyrants throughout history have been popular idols.
In 1938 alone, she gave more than 50 speeches about the importance of democracy and fighting fascism. And her radio broadcasts reached more than 5 million people.
The tyrant, said Machiavelli, must pose as the friend of the people, as their champion against the rich and aristocratic, as the incorporation of the people's will. They must be made to feel that through him, in his person, they are actually ruling. This was the formula of Caesar, and it's the formula of Stalin, Mussolini, and Hitler.
Her point was never
like, this is OG Twitch streamer right there. Streaming straight into the living rooms of so many impressionable minds.
Be complacent. Her point was this can happen anywhere, and you have to be on your guard.
On November 9th, 1938, in hundreds of cities across Germany, we have Kristallnacht, Night of the Broken Glass. For 2 nights, Jewish businesses are destroyed. Their homes ransacked. Synagogues are burned. "30,000 Jewish men are rounded up and sent to concentration camps."
Ah, that's awesome, Prof.
Americans now knew that Nazi Germany wasn't just a normal country with a fascist dictator. It was a malevolent force.
Massive.
In the aftermath of Kristallnacht, the Boons' tactics are very provocative in the eyes of most Americans. But rather than disappear from the public eye, the German-American Bund decides on mass provocation.
By the end of 1938, Bund made it clear that what they wanted to do was to show that we are popular, that we are relevant, that we're fulfilling our ambition of making German Americans into good Nazis and Americans at the same time. How can we do that? Let's have a rally.
Oh, shit.
People appealed to Mayor LaGuardia and saying, how can you allow this to happen? LaGuardia said they have every right to do it, and he wasn't going to stand in the way. It was the First Amendment.
In those days, just like today, New York had the largest Jewish population in America. Of course, there have been fascist demonstrations before all around the country, but the Bund was going to Madison Square Garden, in the center of the Jewish American world.
Over 20,000 Bundists were admitted inside the garden that night. Outside were
this
tens
is
of
it.
thousands
This is the
of
one.
anti-Bundists wanting to get inside.
Totally, Prof. I've seen pictures of this. Anna, hello.
Order! Attention! I pledge undivided allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Because of the visibility of this event, there had been a sort of general assumption that the Bund speakers would refrain from their most hateful speech, especially against Jews. But that proves not to be the case.
The Jew is 1,000 times more dangerous to us than all the others by reason of his parasitic nature.
Also present that night was the indomitable Dorothy Thompson, who was furious that this rally was taking place. And amidst 22,000 fascists, she started shouting, "Bunk."
Dorothy Thompson didn't hold anything back. She went there to heckle. She went there to cause a fuss.
There is footage of Dorothy being hustled out, bodily thrown out of Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, this looks like every pro-Palestinian at every fucking one of those events being thrown out. It's giving me that.
Inside the garden, the final speaker is Fritz Kuhn himself.
We love him for the enemies he has made. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Fritz Kuhn. Ladies and gentlemen.
You own a book that was once owned by Dorothy Thompson? Based.
Fellow Americans, American patriots.
If you ask what we are actively fighting for under our charter, first, a social just white Gentile ruled United States. Second, Gentile-controlled labor union free from Jewish Moscow-directed domination.
Take care, Scary.
A 26-year-old Jewish plumber named Isidore Greenbaum can't stand what he's hearing, and he runs onto the stage. Stormtroopers grab him and are beating the hell out of him. They could have killed him, except the police came in and stopped the fight.
Be seated, please. One fanatic don't make any difference, ladies and gentlemen.
So the rally really comes to this violent conclusion. Outside, there's an almost riotous situation as protesters clash with the police and with Bund members.
After the rally, New York Mayor LaGuardia was furious that this thing had happened in his city. So he called his district attorney, Thomas Dewey, and said, we can't get Fritz Kuhn for what he says, but there's got to be another way to get him. So his office started investigating. Thomas Dewey discovered that Kuhn had been using money from the Bund coffers to pay for his romances.
Throughout his leadership of the Bund, Kuhn has maintained a network of mistresses across the country.
Oh, shit.
And he's used some of these funds to not only pay for his personal expenses.
How to catch a bloke. How to catch a bloke who's grifting tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe even millions of dollars in today's money from unwitting people. Find the mistresses.
But also those of his lady friends.
The law books a would-be American Führer on charges of grand larceny and forgery. He's Fritz Kuhn, Bund leader and friend of Hitler. But right now his chief task is to explain about some $14,000 he's accused of stealing from his followers.
Fritz Kuhn is found guilty of embezzlement and tax evasion, and he's sentenced to 2.5 to 5 years in prison.
As Kuhn is sitting in Sing Sing prison, he learns that Hitler has invaded Poland, and war has now broken out in Europe for the second time in a generation. Debate is raging all over the country about whether the U.S. should even take sides in the war in Europe.
There was a coalition of unlikely bedfellows of people who wanted to keep the United States out of the war for different reasons. There were big business interests, there were pacifists, and then there were Nazi sympathizers. So all of these people formed this coalition called America First. And Charles Lindbergh became their spokesperson.
Fool me once, shame on Shame on you. It fooled me. We can't get fooled.
I have been forced to the conclusion that we cannot win this war for England regardless of how much assistance we send. That is why the America First Committee has been formed.
Lindbergh had first come into prominence in 1927 when he was the first man to fly solo across the Atlantic. He's a true national hero and one of the most famous men in the world in this period. At its peak in mid-1941, America First has 800,000 members nationwide, dwarfing any other nonpartisan political organization of the era.
The imminent danger of war lies in the action taken by President Roosevelt and his supporters. I appeal to all Americans, no matter what their viewpoint on the war may be, to unite behind the demand for a leadership in Washington that stands squarely upon American traditions.
Lindbergh not only criticizes the Roosevelt administration, but also begins to really flirt in pretty overt ways with pro-Hitler sentiments, with anti-Semitism here at home, and becomes kind of the hero of the, to some degree, anti-war and to some degree pro-Hitler right.
Shit!
Another belief of the Bund was...
Is that Tucker Carlson?
That after the fascist revolution, after Der Tag, some leader will be swept into power on the Bund's political platform. Now, who is this leader? Fritz Kuhn might be one option, but the name that is whispered more commonly is Charles Lindbergh.
There was talk of him running for president. And in fact, the America First Committee was organizing itself into a political party when Pearl Harbor happened and everything, unfurled differently.
Japan attacks Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941, and the U.S. declares war against Japan. A few days later, Hitler and Germany declare war on the United States.
Oh my God.
With the United States entering the war, you begin to get new laws that require non-citizens in the United States to register with the...
Allison, I hear you. I hear you. But I think we've had the Sudetenland moment, though. I think we've had the Sudetenland moment. Or the Rhineland moment. Where Europe was... I think this is different. Donny Boy tried to literally just take Iran, and he failed. Donnie's trying to take more places, though. Donnie's trying to take Latin America completely. Donnie's also trying to take Greenland. Who knows where the fuck else? Cuba.
Federal government. You get laws like the Smith Act, which says that any group that advocates for the violent overthrow of the U.S. government can be subject to a whole host of criminal penalties.
The crazy thing is, even the names are the same. Make America Great Again. America First. Holy shit.
So after he's released from prison, Kuhn was then convicted a second time and given a second jail sentence for never having registered as a foreign agent of the German government. And then in 1945, he's stripped of his citizenship and sent back to Germany.
The Bund as an organization collapsed, but of course the people who were in the Bund didn't then disappear. The end of the Bund just meant that they blended back into American life.
They go on to run businesses. They go on to be doctors and dentists and police chiefs. So when we say a group has disappeared, in a lot of ways that means nothing. Yeah. Because until the ideas are actually gone, it's still there.
Yeah, like Nazis.
It's the ideas that matter.
Fritz Kuhn tapped into something that was, unfortunately, I wouldn't say just part of the American makeup, but part of human makeup. the part that we don't like to look at.
Let's just call it white supremacy, please.
America triumphantly wins the Second World War, which justifies a sense of pride and recognition of sacrifices made by Americans to defeat Nazism. But there's not so much a reckoning with the ideology that had motivated organizations like the Bund. Those questions go unasked and unanswered after World War II.
There's this huge wish to simply forget about the fractious politics of the 1930s, to think that groups like the Bund were something that couldn't possibly present a serious threat to American democracy.
It was unlikely that an avowedly pro-German organization was going to become the vehicle through which fascism came to America. But it doesn't mean that that can't or won't happen.
Jeez.
The history of the German-American Bund reminds us that fascism is ultra-nationalist. In other words, there's no such thing as foreign fascism.
That's right. Exactly.
Fascism is always homegrown.
Yes. Yeah, that's such an important point. It's the the Patriots, not the New England Patriots, just the Patriots, the America Firsters, the anti-immigration, Western civilization types. It's those people. They're always there. It's always there. It's sickening. My goodness.
So there we are.
Holy shit, man. Ultranationalists, yeah. Fascism is homegrown and ultranationalist. And white supremacy is what creates links between and across nation state boundaries. Yeah. Can you explain what fascism is in its simplest terms for me? So they explained it in this documentary. It was pretty good. It was about creating a pure people to take power and ultimately run the country. It has a particular type of race, you can say, but a person who is, or a type of person who is seen as the not indigenous, I guess, seen as a group seen as the, what was the word they use? Yeah, I guess elite. Nah, not elite necessarily. A group seen as the purest, or it's basically like a race of people, a type of people who have power and run the country. So in the example of Nazi Germany, it was the Aryan race. The white race, I guess. But yeah, it's about a particular group of people who are seen as the people of the land, in a sense, taking power and expelling the other people and expelling the other types of people. Superior, yeah. Yeah, it responds to humiliation and national decline, or at least that's the rhetoric they use to stir up support. But it's aligned to a particular group seen as the superior. Do people take pride in being called that, or is it an insult? I think some people take pride in it. Usually a perceived humiliation is what serves as a catalyst for getting the masses to buy in. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think some people don't mind being called that. But I think there is a sort of humiliation of being called a fascist, for sure. Fascist has become kind of a swear word. Reza Shah built his empire, Aryan for white race Caucasian. I see. Is this Reza Shah? Reza Shah in Iran? I think didn't Hitler get Aryan from India? No, I think Hitler got Aryan from India, didn't he? So then what's communist? Like, is that an insult to call people? No. Calling people... Oh, was it Sri Lanka, was it? So then what's a communist? Communism is about a stateless, classless society, about no private property, production based on need, all of those sorts of things. Communism is based on Marxist theory. The current administration in the US has made it a slur. Yeah. I mean, communist has always been a slur in the United States and the West. Why do people get mad when they're called a commie? I think historically it's just been used like a slur. How is communism different from socialism? Socialism is part of a communist society. Like China, for example, has implemented socialism. Socialism is like a policy, whereas communism is more, I guess, it goes back to the propaganda of the Red Scare / Cold War, yeah. The swastika? No, I think it was Aryan too. In India, there are myths about the Aryan race. It goes all the way back to, it goes millennia back, Armella. Like when you talk about the Vedic scripts and all of that stuff, the Aryanization of India is a very real thing. So the Aryans are millennia old. The concept of an Aryan race comes from, I guess, the Indus region. So why do people say bad things about China? Wouldn't socialism be ideal for most people? It's just that communism usually, like whenever societies have tried to implement communism, it has always ended up with autocracy. And if you look at it now, you're looking at an autocrat-like figure with Xi Jinping. when you look at Vietnam, you had Ho Chi Minh. It's all like there is a cult of personality aspect to it that often breeds. It's like it's. I guess you can have cult of personality with anything. Mao was very much a cult of personality type figure. Hitler was a cult of personality type figure. So these sort of these movements, if they are not built with people in mind, you tend to get autocratic structures. Another thing also is that being called a communist pejoratively has radicalized component. It was used to stoke anti-Russian, Slavic, Jewish sentiment in the West. Yeah, it's got a lot of history, and it refers to, especially when it comes to, I would say the slur sits alongside things like the N-word in America in particular. So then it's bad. Socialism? Do you mean socialism? If one person end up kind of being in charge and owning everything? It doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be bad. But I think there are bad actors. There are bad actors who often... No, socialism isn't necessarily equal salary for all, Armella. And communism isn't just community. I mean, it's class. It's based on Marxist theory, which is about yeah. There are bad actors, Ellison. With anything, there are bad actors. There are people who take advantage of a situation. There are people who take advantage of a situation, and historically, when there are opportunities for people to take power, it doesn't matter what your model of government is, they tend to become autocratic. Like, you will call America a democracy, but now you have an autocrat. You have a cult of personality around Donald Trump right now. Is there any examples where it has worked or is working well? I think the biggest problem with communism is the fact that its battle is against the West, right? So how the West works, especially with the way the West has set up global institutions, if there is a communist/socialist economy that takes hold, financial systems will work against that society from the beginning. So Cuba, for example, was never allowed to thrive because it's been under blockade, sanctions. It's not about communism working or not working. It's just that within a global system where in a global system that is capitalistic in nature, and our global institutions are so wired to create capitalist nations, it's very hard for communism and socialism to thrive, because once there is if a country goes down that route, it's completely ostracized from the global, from taking part in the global financial system, or even, global trade for that matter. Like Cuba. It's not that they can't succeed. It's just that the systems we have right now don't allow them to succeed. And the thing is, the West especially Western Europe and America, have built up so much wealth by extracting it from the global south, that the centers of power and the centers of wealth all are in the West. So whenever something like socialism takes hold, the West sanctions them, blockades them, and makes sure that they never succeed. Because if there is a great example of socialism that succeeds, then it is a threat to capital and capitalism. So the West never allows that to happen. And these concepts are quite modern. Like, we're talking about 100, 150 years old, right? And when I say capitalism, you know, it's capitalism is an extension of European colonization. It is European colonization rebranded. So we're talking about a 600-year model of the world, a 600-year a 600-year-old structure of oppression that has centralized power and wealth, and anything that has cropped up within that time, it has looked to shut down. Any socialist movements, any communist movements, or any movements that threaten capital or capitalism have been shut down straight away. And it's especially after World War II, the way they did it was through global institutions, or institutions like the IMF and the World Bank, and, you know, all the centers of capitalism keep a chokehold on financial systems, etc., and make sure that any country that wants to succeed can only succeed through a capitalist framework or a neoliberal framework that is privatization, liberalization, the deregulation of labor and financial markets, you know, classic neoliberalism, sorry. The classic neoliberalism. So, for example, of one of these things is what the IMF calls structural adjustment programs. So after World War II, the IMF was set up to become a lender, right? Because a lot of countries needed to rebuild after World War II. So the IMF started lending, but only lending to countries who built structures that was imposed by the IMF through something called the structural adjustment programs. That is, your country needs to get rid of, you know, these social programs. You need to privatize, you need to liberalize, you need to deregulate, all of this stuff. If you don't do that, then the IMF would just say, no, we're not going to give you the loan. In the case of some African countries, I truly believe that the IMF has been involved in the assassinations of socialist leaders. Of socialist leaders like Patrice Lumumba. I think when you look at Mossadegh in Iran, all of these people who want to bring socialism and nationalize their resources in the global south have been murdered or isolated. Why would they do that? It's because these models are a threat to capitalism. These models are a threat to capitalism. And capitalism is the operating system. Capitalism is the core of capitalism is European colonization, white supremacy, right? The word capitalism itself was coined by a French socialist, funny enough, in the 1800s, and it was to describe Europe. It was to describe Europe at the time. You know, my TikTok community is 7 years old, by the way. There's no way they could not put 1 + 1 together if they were not pre-COVID grads. My TikTok community, Merritt, I only joined TikTok in like 2024. No, I'm talking to someone who's typing in Twitch. I live in Canada and we have free healthcare. So what are we considered? The West, interestingly, if you're in the West, socialism seems to be, socialist policies seems to be okay. If you're in the global South, it doesn't. It's the way, it's the way the West continues to, keep the flow of wealth going from the global South to the West. So if you're in the West, you get the privileges of the West because that's how the West has been built, through exploitation of the global South, through exploitation of the labor of black and brown people, through the transatlantic slavery, through indentured labor, through all of these things. So the reason why you can have free healthcare is because of the global South, because your country continues to rape and pillage the global South. And Canada continues to, oppress the indigenous people too, and their land. So yeah, you can afford to have free healthcare. Yep, socialized anything in the global South would be too expensive for the way the global economy is organized to unfairly advantage the global North. Yeah. Exactly. So we'll never get free healthcare in the USA until we have a revolution. So angry at Trump and MAGA for hijacking my country. Welcome, Steve. Go to bed, Steve. Isn't it like 3 a.m.? What are you doing? You have work tomorrow. It's a school day tomorrow, Steve. And Canada is still loath to act on environmental concerns because of its addiction to its mining practices and profits. Yeah. Which intersects with First Nations land rights in predictable ways. Yeah. So this is the thing, guys. Like, the concentration of wealth in the West is and why socialism hasn't been thriving around the world. It's quite a simple answer: is that the centers of power and wealth have never wanted socialism to thrive. No, I'm not in the UK. In Aotearoa, New Zealand. Aotearoa, New Zealand, in the WOPs. Maori? No, I'm not Maori. I'm not Maori. But yeah, you gotta understand that the world has been built and modeled this way over 600 years. that's not offensive at all. Like, it's a privilege. Like, being called Maori is a privilege, but I'm not Maori. It's not an offense at all. Land of the long white cloud, yeah. Yeah, you got to understand that the world has been designed this way. The world has been designed to continue to extract wealth from the global south to the global north / the west. And that is a 600-year process. And this process of extraction is globally measured through a metric called GDP. Okay? GDP is a global measure of exploitation. They just called it growth. So, actually, segue, before I want to show you guys this. I want to show you guys this because I am working to change that. And this is through kicking off this project. Let's go. Project Replace GDP. This is my attempt to establish a measure to track whether the world is getting more equitable, not just whether economies are growing, which is what GDP does. GDP can rise while people become poorer, more displaced, more surveilled, more indebted, or less free. For example, war increases spending. Disasters increase rebuilding activity. Healthcare crises increase economic activity. Prisons, weapons, surveillance, extraction, and debt can all contribute to growth. GDP measures activity. It does not measure justice. Governments, markets, investors, and powerful institutions can claim success even when ordinary people are losing security, dignity, or power. How the heck is that good? We are what we measure, and today what we measure is something that does not take into account the outcomes for everyday people. So I've decided I'm going to start measuring equity. I'm building a directional equity index, a way to track whether real world events are moving the world toward equity or away from it. This measure is not about creating a false expectation of if we reach a number, then we can say the world is equitable for all. This number is about direction. Every day we can look at this number and judge whether the world, based on events that have happened throughout the day, moved in an equitable direction or not. Instead of asking, did the economy grow? I want to ask, who gained power? Who paid the price? And did life become more equitable? This is a project about the real Great Replacement. The far right turned replacement into a racist conspiracy. I'm using the phrase to point at the replacement we actually need. Replacing GDP, extraction, hierarchy, and colonial measures of progress with equity, well-being, and shared power. And no, this is not about pretending economic activity does not matter. This is about refusing to treat economic activity as automatically good. Trade can be good. Production can be good. Growth can be useful. But none of it should be called progress unless people gain security, dignity, and power. I'm going to build this in public. In fact, the first iteration of this has already been built and has been measuring equitable outcomes for the last month. I'll share updates, test the scoring system, explain what I'm changing, and use real global stories to show how the index works. The first problem I'm trying to solve is this. How do you measure a global event when it creates power for one group and risk for another? Because the way we measure progress shapes what the governments chase, what the media celebrates, what investors reward, and whose suffering gets ignored. If GDP helped define the old world, then replacing GDP is part of imagining a more equitable one. So, when are you putting your name in the hat for the Auckland mayoralty? Fuck that. Might get me to move back to New Zealand. As I've said before, I would much rather get sandblasted naked than join any political party or like any sort of government position. Seriously, like just sandblast me. I'll derobe and you can sandblast me. Okay. Oh my gosh. Maybe I just like the idea of being sandblasted. Oh shit. Why? Because fuck, bro. You can't make change from governments. Yeah, go for it, 8-bit supercomputer. Go for it. Go for it. You could make a difference. Yeah, nah. We've started measuring it, guys. We've started measuring it already. It's in the live. It's embedded in every live. We have a daily equity index. Every story has an directional equity index associated with it. You can see it there. So yeah, it's all embedded. I'm just going to start sharing more about this as often as I can. And it's going to be part of this Replacing GDP project. Project Replace GDP. And this is, I have decided, is a seed I want to plant of a tree that I will not sit under the shade of. This is a goal for my life. And I want to like work on something much bigger than me. So this feels very much like a challenge. Don't forget to water it. Yeah, I walk my dog a lot. He likes to pee on trees and small plants. So definitely. Working class people run everything already. We can make a difference. Hard out. Totally. Hey, Miss Angus. Angus, yes. How are you, Miss Angus? I heard online, and correct me if I'm wrong, that all communists are stinky. Ammonia is unhealthy. I don't know. The trees look quite healthy. Well, it's very timely, Noisy. Did you see that public letter about the futility of growth in The Guardian last week? Apologies if you already covered it. No, I haven't. Shows that there's momentum for it. Nice. Is communism no iPhone? I find a link quickly. Yeah. So, guys, this is kind of a project now. Like, it started as an idea a few months ago when we were talking about, when the idea of contributing towards an equitable world for all has been the core of this channel for a very long time. So this has been what this channel is kind of the purpose of this channel has been. So to add this onto it is quite awesome. It's quite. Oh, what is this? Sorry, I copied the wrong thing. Hold up. So to add all of this onto it is pretty cool. Let's read this. We economists have done the maths. Growth is a doomed strategy. There is a better way. We live in an age of manufactured scarcity. In a world richer than ever before, roughly 1/10 of the world's population still lives in extreme destitution. Millions of people cannot afford enough food, proper housing, or basic health care, while a tiny minority accumulates unprecedented wealth and power. At the same time, droughts, mega fires, floods, and heat waves remind us that our economies are pushing the planet beyond its limits. These are not separate crises. They are symptoms of an economic model that has reached the end of the road. Poverty and inequality are no accidents. They are predictable outcomes of policy choices. How we design tax systems, regulate labor markets, value care, structure public service, and decide whose needs and whose voices matter. Crucially, if governments can manufacture poverty, they can also dismantle it. Very true. Kia ora, everybody. Kia ora. Hey, can I ask everybody for a favor? Can you guys go to that video and just share that video if you think it's useful? The video on YouTube that I just showed you, it's on my YouTube channel, and I would appreciate it. My videos on YouTube get very few views, so if you can help that video sort of like get out there and for more people to see it, I would truly appreciate it. It's a series, so I'm just starting it. But yeah, I'll keep adding on to it every now and then. Hey, Pupu-sama, I posted the link. Pupu-sama, I posted the link. It's in the chat. Hey, Mama Sunshine. Jeez, that sounds super hard. Fine, I'll do it. Stop yelling at Pupu-sama. Kia ora, Gail. For decades, the recipe was simple. Grow the economy and poverty would gradually disappear. Trickle down. But the promise that economic growth would lift all boats has not been kept. While national incomes expanded, wages stagnated. Work became more precarious and public services were cut. At the top, fortunes ballooned. At the bottom, families turned to food banks. Growth has become decoupled from shared prosperity. It has also become ecologically unsustainable. We are edging towards a hothouse Earth where rising emissions and biodiversity loss are destabilizing the conditions that support human life. Around 92% of excess global carbon emissions can be attributed to the global north, and the wealthiest 10% of individuals are responsible for nearly half of global emissions, while people in poverty are the first to face crop failures and rising food prices. An economic model that depends on endless expansion on a finite planet is not just unfair, it is dangerous. Many low-income countries still need growth to build roads, hospitals, schools, renewable energy, and decent jobs. But the dominant path to growth, based on resource extraction, cheap and compliant labor, export dependence, and deepening debt, has widened inequality and degraded the environment. The real question today is not whether growth continues, but what kind of economies we are building, who they serve, and whether they allow everyone to live in dignity without planetary boundaries. That is why we have come together to develop and support the Roadmap for Eradicating Poverty Beyond Growth. The roadmap provides a range of alternatives on how to move beyond a narrow, grow tax transfer approach that has shaped policy for decades. It is not a blueprint shaped by a handful of experts. It is the exact opposite. Over 18 months, more than 400 people, UN agencies, national governments, academic experts, civil society organizations, trade unions, social and solidarity economy actors, and grassroots movements from the global north and south worked to answer a simple question. How can we end poverty and reduce inequalities without treating GDP growth as the primary condition for progress? I prepared this earlier. Do I have a solution for you? It's called DEI. More than 350 signatories have put their names to the plan, including Jean Drezet, Pavlina Cherneva, Tim Jackson, Bhumika Mushala, Julia Steinberger, Ndongo Sambasila, Timothy Parikh. We do not agree on every policy detail, but we are united in the conviction that our economies must be redesigned around the fulfillment of rights and collective well-being with planetary boundaries, rather than maximizing output at any cost. Human rights here are not an afterthought. They are the organizing principle for how we measure progress, set priorities, and resolve trade-offs. Social protection and public services are essential, but they cannot indefinitely compensate for economies that by design generate poverty, insecure jobs, and unaffordable housing. We need to change the rules upstream. That means, for instance, decent work and employment guarantees, living wages and fair remuneration, stronger unions and workplace democracy, tackling discrimination, and value the paid and unpaid care work on which our societies depend. It means investing in children, housing. Yeah, Lava, like, I get it, right? The problem with any of this shit, Lava, is they don't have a solution. They just have a whole bunch of policy fucking things that will just confuse people. The thing about what I'm trying to do is simplify this, okay? Like, I hate reading shit like, do you know how many of these I've read, Reality? Lava, I've read, like, hundreds of these sort of like, this is the problem with leftism. This is the, right here in this article is the problem with leftism. Is we can't communicate this. We can't communicate this effectively. You know what I mean? Leftism comes up with all of this shit. Look at this. Indigenous struggles, feminist organizing, trade unions. Like, what does this mean, you know? What does this mean? Hey, this is Guardian. This is liberal centrist stuff. Nice. Yeah, I'm not having a go at you, Lava. Don't worry. I'm having a conversation. It's my thing is we need to simplify this. We need, if we're going to compete with GDP, we need a countermeasure. We need a countermeasure. And the way I see it, and you know, I've worked on digital transformation and stuff for so many companies. And it's always what you measure. The success of anything is making sure you understand what you're measuring. And that's the journey I think that these people need to go on, is understand. This is all just a whole bunch of, you know, just words that they're throwing. Like anti-poverty strategies, blah, blah, blah. It's like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? This is why I wanted to completely disconnect myself from organizations like the UN, etc. I didn't want anything to do with these fucking people because they always put red tape and talk like this, talk like complete a-holes. I just wanted a number that I can look at every fucking day and go, okay, today was a shit day or today was a good day, you know? Why can't we start there? Why can't it be that simple? You know, Lava? Like, that's all I want. Let's start simple. Today was not such a shit day. Today wasn't a complete write-off, you know? It was good. It was all right. A couple of greens in there. Most days, everything's red. Everything's fucking red. Today, a couple of greens. I like it. I like seeing some green. It's less about simplicity, Lava. It's more about communicating complexity simply. Behind this number is so many layers, right? Behind this number, I'll show you. I'll show you, for example, like what sits behind this number. So hopefully you can see this. So, for example, right, let's look at the Israel welcomes Somaliland. Okay, Israel welcomes Somaliland. And firstly, source type, I always usually use mainstream media. I don't, because everything I get now, all the news I'm getting are Al Jazeera, Financial Times, New York Times. So you guys can see this, right? I can't show this on TikTok, but I'll describe it. So the thing is, every news story that goes through this model, goes through and is tagged with a whole bunch of stuff. The important stuff are things like equity access. Okay? So equity access, you can't see anything? Are you serious? Oh, is it too small? Is that better? Is that better? Actually, I'm blind. I can't see anything. Okay. So the way it comes into this model is, by the way, there's like 540 rows here. Equity access, which has a whole bunch of stuff, and this has just been building over time. So things like migration justice, climate justice, colonial leverage shift, sanction exposure, like food sovereignty. That number is condensing all of this complexity into a number. Okay, so primary equity access. So we've got equity axes, right? So a particular story, for example, like the Somalia story. The Somalia story can be... Wait, let me just... Oh, for fuck's sakes. I just want to move left, bro. Yeah, so that's the second one. Second one. So the Somaliland story is about trade autonomy and development sovereignty. Okay? Because it's about they are and the primary equity access for that story is trade autonomy. The reason why Somaliland is doing that is because it gains more, I guess, being aligned with Israel gives it trade autonomy, right? But it threatens equity. Why does it threaten equity? Because it's strengthening. Guys, I'm just going through the database. Because it threatens equity because Somaliland forming a relationship with Israel is forming a relationship with the colonial core. Okay? The imperial core. And it also weakens the Horn of Africa. So it does threaten equity. Right? Don't worry about the narrative thread and parent signal. It'll take a little bit of time to explain that. And then you need a mixed method approach, add qualitative dimensions to this very amazing quantitative stuff. There's so you have beneficiaries, you have risk bearers, you have justice lens, and you have colonial continuity. Okay? But then I measure all of this based on a bunch of it's about measuring based on a couple of different areas. So it's like, does it shift power? Is it a positive or negative shift in power? Is it a positive or negative shift to material outcomes? Is it a positive or negative shift to colonial continuity? You know, geographic impact is basically like a number between 1 and 2, about which part of the world is being impacted. Is it the global south? Is it the global north? Domain impact is also a measure between 1 and 2 based on which domain is particularly being impacted. Is it climate justice? Is it food sovereignty? All of these sorts of things. All good, day room. Take care. And momentum is more about like, is it increasing in speed? Is it slowing down? So for me, what I want to measure to begin with is how the fuck does it impact equity? How does it impact equity? Is it a positive or negative impact to equity based on all of those different areas? And this is all I want. This is all I want. For me, it's about reducing this categorization of a particular event into a simple thing that I can show people. Because I know from my perspective, the harder it is to communicate, so I can sit here and explain all of this again and again and again. Or I can just say, hey, this story actually had a loss in equity. Or this story here had a major loss in equity. Okay? So for me, from being a product manager, from, understanding the customer side of things, it's about ensuring that all of this complexity isn't passed on to the people who need to understand what it is. I want to make sure that I can explain this. So all of this shit that these people have said, no. The complexity lies underneath, Lava. That's the thing. It's not that this is simple. The number is simple. The equation is simple, but it has complexity underneath. It has the ability to measure many different domains, many different axes. It's not one. It's so many different axes that we can use this and measure. So it's not that it has complexity to it. It has complexity. It has enough complexity to sit in a room full of experts, say climate experts, Yeah, absolutely, Lava. And I'm not saying this is a rigid thing. Whatever this extends to, I still want a final directional score, right? I'm not saying that it's not. So, for example, like if I wanted to add, another justice lens to this to start measuring with, I can add another justice lens. So right now, if I look at what are the justice lenses that we can capture, we got post-colonial justice, digital sovereignty, labor rights, indigenous rights, food security, gender equity, migration justice, sanctions justice, right? I would argue that this is already capturing far more than what these people are talking about here. But the difference between this and what these fucking people are talking about is that I can take all that complexity and I can go, well, this event is having a positive or negative impact to equity, or, not really having an impact. Right? I would argue there's more complexity baked into this than what these people are saying over here. Already. But it can grow. It can grow. Ultimately, though, at the end of it, I want this number here. Whatever the case, I want this number. I want to be able to tell people whether it's moving up or down. And I think that's the power of it. That's the real power of it. is being able to communicate a complex set of dimensions, easily. We're going to do this, Lava. Like, this is a this is a project. And this is the first iteration. Right? This is the first iteration. I've been through, how many have I put in here, man? How many have I put in here? I have put in, hold up. I'll just remove this filter. So in this table already, this is the content pipeline. This is the main content pipeline. I can look at all the way down. I think there's 540, maybe a little bit more than 540. Hold up. So this is like everything that's been measured. This is everything that's been through the system so far. And I'll show you a picture that has been generated from this. I'll show you a picture. So 595, close to 600. I added some today as well. But you can start doing things like this. You can start doing things like this where you can understand who the causes of the inequities are. Who's causing the inequity? Who's creating equity? Which societies are the most impacted? You know, you can start to break it down like this. I can give this data because it's raw data. I can give this to like any GPT and go, hey, I want a visual like this for this data set. And it'll do it for me because the raw data exists. As long as we have the raw data and we're collecting it in a really structured way, we can start doing this. And for me, when I look at the world, I want to be able to point at a country and go, hey, are you causing equity or are you causing inequity? You know, and then we can break it down even more after that. We can break it down by so many different dimensions. Oh, this is just, I love talking about shit like this. But you get what I mean, Lava. You get what I mean. This has always been on the cards. This has always been on the cards. For me, it's just the timing of it. And then I've spent so much time on this right now, you know. But this is the right time. This is the right time to talk about all of this and do this properly. I don't like numbers. Did I make the UI? I got a particular template and I just ask like LLMs to generate it for me. So I have a template version and then whatever like the main template, I made the main template and then whatever like information I want to add, the LLM will come up with like a view with my template, my logos and everything. If you love numbers so much, why don't you marry them? That's why everything looks the same.
That's his dude.
Oh, shit. That's why everything looks the same, because I'm going off the same template. But yeah. We're getting there, folks. Slowly but surely, we're making moves. 600. Okay, 600 of these. 600 measured. It needs hundreds of thousands, millions of data points to truly understand. Like, there's so many things happening in the world on a given day. You know, right now I'm probably getting like 5 or 10%.
I want to be a good boy.
I do want to be a good boy. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go to bed. You could run an NGO with all this data. Nah, man. This is what it's about. It's community driven. That's what I love about this.
So there we are.
This is about community, folks. This is about community. This is what we're doing here. And that's the way I'd like to keep it. I don't want any support other than like from people directly. If people want to do this, like I'd much rather get support from people than like some fucking you can do all of that, Lava. It's all there. It's all there. We can always analyze these things. It's not. We're doing qualitative every single day, Lava. We do qualitative analysis on this live every single day. We read every single one of these news items. We analyze every single one of these news items. We quantify.
Gift sub detected. Sharing is caring. You shared. You cared.
Nice. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why it fits so nicely, because we do a lot of the deep thinking on these lives. We do a lot of the yeah, it's more understanding this information. So how we analyze this information every single day, I think we do the qualitative. I think we do the qualitative analysis of everything that's put into that table, most of the things. Because all that stuff that's in that table drives the content I make as well, right? So whether it's a short,
Hype train detected. We are chugging. Let's keep this momentum going. Let's go.
Nice. Yeah, but Dope Stick, we ask that every day. You know, we ask that every day. Why is the US, for example, causing equity to go backwards? And why is China causing equity to go forwards? How is the world modeled in order for this situation to happen? What are the institutions? What are the institutions that cause the world to be this way? We're constantly talking about it. We talk about all of these things all of the time. We're asking these questions all of the time. We're actually, I think, doing quant a hell of a lot more than people think. Sorry, qualitative. Because we're here every day for 4 hours and we're doing qualitative, in my honest opinion. Yeah, exactly, Dope Stick. We spend 4 hours every single day doing qualitative analysis. Every single day. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it. As a community, we're all coming together, going through each one of these stories every day, the prioritized stories, the scored stories every day, and we're all doing qualitative. People asking questions about this. People are trying to understand why. People are trying to understand why. For example, today we had a conversation about the fact that Gaza isn't included in Iran's deal or Iran's memorandum of understanding. We spoke about why Gaza wasn't included explicitly in that memorandum of understanding. Because Gaza would throw a spanner in the works because Iran is about Iran's interests, right? So we went through that. That's an example of qualitative analysis on this information. I think we're doing it every day. That's the beauty of this. Yeah, I understand, Lava. First step, guys. First step. We've got so much to do. We've got so much to add on to this. This is the first step. I made one video about this so far, but I'm fucking excited about where we can take this. I'm honestly so excited about where we can take this. To me, like, this is a long-term effort to justify, because if you're going to replace something like GDP, it's got to be well structured. It's got to have the depth of analysis. It's got to have the breadth of information. You can't just go into something and propose it. You know, if you're going to propose a change, you better be ready. So we're going to do this. I hope you guys understand. This is a project. This is the great replacement. This is the real great replacement. You know what I mean? Not the racist white supremacist great replacement, but the one that we care about. This is the real great replacement. Yeah, it already is, by the way, Lava. I made that myself. I made that myself. Of course I made that myself. Yeah. This is it right here. The racist conspiracy is false. The real replacement is GDP. Replace growth and as the measure of progress, measure equity instead. That's my first merch item. Highly sus. Nah. I think I'd buy that t-shirt. Yeah. The real great replacement. TNI-DEI. Love it. Oh, let's do it. Okay. I gotta go. Hey, who can we raid, guys? Who can we raid? Who can we raid, folks? Who can we raid? Let's get it. By the way, Matt, how are you? I saw you in the chat. Matt. I saw you in the chat. Ooh, Street Cat Love. Nice. Have you got some sleep? How's everybody on TikTok doing? Work is starting right now for the week. Oh, right. Don't leave. I've got a chapter to read. Hey, by the way, I cranked through Black Skin, White Masks. I finished Black Skin, White Masks, by the way. What a great book. And I'm partway through the next book, The Dollar Trap. So, yeah, I'm getting through them now. Love it. Have you read Wretched of the Earth? Nah, I gotta get that. Amy says I don't know how to say it. Cesare? Oh my gosh. It sounds French. That's the only Fanon I've read, but very, very good. Nice. Oh, was a mentor, right? Yeah, he's mentioned in Black Skin, White Masks. he mentions, I think anyway, because I know that last name. Okay, Raiders, Street Cat Love, get ready. Lava, I'll catch you. Dope Stick, Matt, take care. I'll see you all soon, okay? In 3, 2, 1. Enjoy the raid, folks. Enjoy the raid. Kakite TikTok. Kakite everybody. Kakite YouTube. Pomarie, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around. Love all of you. Have a wonderful evening, night, morning. Morena, Pomarie. Wherever you are, Kakite, and I will catch you again tomorrow. Salam. Salam. Salam, everybody. Free Palestine. Have a good one, Lava.